Sure. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really looking forward
Mhm.
to this chat with you. My name is Lisa Hale. I am a police officer with the city of Peoria, and I have been with Peoria for about 14 years. Prior to that, I was actually a second grade teacher, and I'm going to mix dates and years
Mhm.
because then people start doing the math and they figure out, oh my goodness, she's that old.
Absolutely.
But I was taught school starting in 1995, and I taught until 2009 when I came to the city of Peoria, and I taught second grade.
Mhm.
And prior to that, I was actually a counselor for mentally ill adults. So I have a couple degrees and a master's, and
Mhm.
I have a love for education. I have a love for helping people. I come from a family of public servants. They either were, are, want to be. We're all in some way serving our public, and so it was like I just feel like coming into the world of being an SRO for me is absolutely perfect. Going from teaching
Mhm.
and then into policing and being able to combine those two worlds is like a dream come true for me.
Absolutely. And I think you bring up a really great point, which is having that history of serving. And I know as someone who has a family who is also public servants, that just kind of is something you are and it's innately within you. And a lot of the work you do day to day is informed by all of that. Can you share a little bit about what it looks like for you day to day in the role that you currently have?
Oh my goodness, that is probably one of the hardest questions for me. We actually operate off of a triad,
Hmm.
and that triad comes from the National Association of School Resource Officers that we're all trained and certified through
Hmm.
before we go into the schools. And that has three parts to it. The main part is law enforcement. So we are a law enforcement officer. A lot of times people will say, "Are you a police officer?" I am. I'm a fully sworn police officer. I can go out on the road and write tickets. I can
Hmm.
respond to calls for service. I can do all of the same things as I don't even want to say regular police officer
Right.
because that's what I am.
Right.
That's the top of the triad, and then we have informal counselor and mentor, which is another piece of a lot of what we do within the schools,
Hmm.
and then we have the piece of law related education. We go into classrooms and teach, which for me is just a great place
Yeah.
to be. It's a great place to get to know the students, make those connections,
Hmm.
but also just to be stay current with teenage things. I have not been a teenager in a very long
Right.
time, so that helps. So we have that part of it. And then in addition to that, I have obviously I respond to everything that it needs a police officer to respond
Hmm.
to it at the school. I also serve our feeder schools.
Yeah.
So each of the high schools, we have those feeder schools that the SROs take care of the best that they can as well too. Depending on what calls for service we have going on at the schools. But I told you this was a big question.
That's okay.
Um, we have things like we'll have homeless students, so I'll work with other
Hmm.
agencies on advocating for them. I have learned how to fill out food stamp
Yeah.
paperwork. I
Hmm.
do social security cards for kids, their birth certificates, help them get those things. Oftentimes we have 18-year-olds that aren't haven't graduated
Right.
yet but decide that they can do it on their own, and it's not that easy.
Hmm.
We work with the neighborhoods, the communities, parking in the neighborhood. We have the after school events,
Hmm.
the crisis plans, safety plans. So my typical day is my entire main thing is to keep everybody safe. And my I always tell the kids, I'm not just talking about your physical safety, I'm talking about your mental health
Hmm.
and your mental well-being as well. So I'm outside in the
Yeah.
mornings, I'm outside passing periods. I mean, I could go on,
Yeah.
but
You're in your role, you're especially a jack of all trades, serving kind of your community and your school, and
mhm,
as you mentioned too, those feeder elementary schools that feed
right.
into Sunrise Mountain. I know for myself, I grew up in this district as well, and so I had the pleasure of having an SRO at my high school, and all of those things that you do really make an impact and build that relationship between our students and law enforcement and all of these other agencies that you help to support as well. And I also know at the heart of it, though, as you mentioned, it's safety and keeping our
Mhm.
students safe. And right now, I know we're in the midst of this safety campaign, and you've seen even an
Yeah.
increase in social media threats this year. And the main goal of all of the work that you're doing, our social workers are doing, is to get students to understand that if you see something or hear something, that you say something and do something. Why is that so important? And if a student receives a social media threat, what should they be doing with that?
So let's start with the first part of if they see something, to say something and do something, right? Or hear something.
Yeah.
That is so important because these kids are immersed with each other. They're around each other much more than we all are, right? Like I think I'm everywhere at Liberty, but I can't be everywhere. A teacher can't be everywhere. The lunchroom, the amazing people we have in our lunchroom can't be everywhere. We're not always going to be within earshot or eyeshot of these things that are happening. And so our kids, we depend on our kids to bring that information forward. And I absolutely love this campaign, by the way, because I tell the kids all the time, the FBI says, see something, say something, right? Because that is just exactly what it is. And we need people to look and watch and see and report. And oftentimes people are afraid to, or they don't know the right avenue to go to report that. So that's huge. It's just such a big help when you have that, not necessarily want to say heads up, but you have an idea that something could be brewing or even something happened, right? Like we need to know those things. So we depend on the kids to come forward. We depend on the parents, the community. We depend on the teachers to come forward as well and say something if they see or hear it. It's just absolutely a critical piece. You know as well as I do, when something happens in a school, we get these reports afterwards where people say, well, that person did whatever. Well, that person told me this or whatever. Well, come forward with that. Come forward before something happens. Like that's information that we want you to share ahead of a tragic event, or even an event where it doesn't always have to be tragic. That's the thing. Like we don't have to talk about events always being these giant things. We could talk about a child harming themselves as well, or somebody maybe we have no idea that a child is homeless or those kind of things. So it's a full spectrum of how we can help these guys.
Absolutely. And I think you bring up a really great point. Thinking back to, my own experience being in high school, I know that there were times where I had friends that had confided that they were maybe struggling with their mental health, or they were facing homelessness, or there was things going on at home where maybe they didn't feel like they could go to their SRO or another trusted adult on their campus. But at least knowing that there was that culture of reporting and sharing, just so that they could get the services that they needed and the help that they needed. And that I think something our SROs do so well is reminding those kids that most of the time they're not in trouble for sharing those things. You're going to help them get what the help that they need and the services that they need. Why also is it, kind of going back to those sharing of maybe social media threats in particular, why is it so hard when students just start to forward it amongst themselves instead? Because they are saying it. They're saying it to their friend.
Yes.
But why is it so much more important that they say it to you or a trusted adult on campus instead of saying it to their friend or sharing it amongst themselves without reporting it?
So great question. Time, right? Time is of the essence. So when we see that, we oftentimes see that a kid will take a screenshot and then send it on, or add their own layer to it and then send it on. So this, sometimes a purely innocent picture gets turned into a threat because people have added layers on to it and passed it on. And then we have no idea until a parent maybe sees it, and then they bring it to our attention. Well, by that time, we have to go backwards. I mean, I've spent hours, all of the SROs and patrol as well have spent hours trying to get back to the origin of that picture or of that post to find out, is this valid or not? So it is absolutely paramount. It is absolutely, I mean, I can't stress it enough that we come forward with that information rather than hold on to it or pass it on or think it's funny and send it because it's not funny, or we get in that mode of that person would never do that. There's no way. They were just kidding. That was just a joke. There are no jokes when it comes to threats. And a threat to you may not feel like a threat to me if I'm just Lisa and not Officer Hale. The words that if you and I hear the same words, you might think like, oh, and I might be like, but it's still a threat. It's a threat is a threat. So if you feel threatened, you feel threatened. And so bringing that stuff forward immediately is, I mean, it's what if it is real? We don't get to play that game. It is real to us until we've proven otherwise.
Absolutely. And it almost turns into that game of telephone where that first thing that is said, it changes and it morphs so much. And then also for our students who maybe they don't have the strongest relationship with their SRO, and maybe there's someone else on their campus, who are some other safe and trusted adults, at least on your campus that you work with, that students can go and reach out to if they have something that they want to share, and maybe they just don't feel comfortable for whatever reason.
Okay, so they always have their teachers, right? Hopefully they have at least one teacher that they've bonded with, or a past teacher, or sometimes kids form a relationship with a teacher that wasn't their particular teacher, but they just are really drawn to that person for some reason. So you have that. We have an incredible security force at all of our high schools. Our security people are incredible, so they could go to them. We have our people that work in the cafeteria. We have, we have so many people. We have all of our administrators. We have our guidance counselors. I mean, we have social workers, we have librarians, we have all these great adults that are around. And then, of course, you have your parents. So it's a great question, because sometimes people do a lot of times associate us, SROs, as bad, right? As that's who we go to if we're in trouble, or that's who we go to if we're a victim. But that's not what we do. And so we work really, really hard to build those relationships with kids, because the stronger our relationships are, and the stronger that the relationship with the kids, and then the teachers with the kids, the safer our school is. So safety is definitely a part of those relationships, and they have that trust, and they feel like they can come forward with that information. Because these kids are going through a lot. There's a lot that goes on. I mean, social media we could have a whole nother podcast, and we could sit here like all day.
Yeah.
And if I could tell you how I feel about it, but it definitely opens a different door. It's a different stressor on them. And I like your analogy of the telephone game, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
So what we ask of them is, when they do see that, they do see something that doesn't look right, we're not asking them to investigate it. We're not asking them to determine whether or not it's real. We're asking for them to come forward immediately.
Absolutely.
And if it's nighttime and they go to tell their parents, that's a call to the police department. So let us get involved. And our patrol, we work really, really tight with our patrol guys, and they will let us know when that kind of stuff is happening. They'll let our sergeant know, and then we get involved as well.
Absolutely.
Because that has a power to really affect a community.
It does. And I think you brought up a really good point a couple of times, is safety is not any one person's responsibility. It is the safety of your campus does not solely lie on you, the SRO. It is everyone. And any school, any community is safer when everyone is playing an active role in it, which is, I think, why, going back to the see something, say something, hear something, do something, the FBI has even used that since 9/11, because it is all of our responsibility. And there are always things, and sometimes it might just be that intuition in the back of your head, saying, oh, maybe I should tell someone. And I also really appreciate that you bring up talking to a student, talking to their parents. And I know that there might be a lot of parents either watching this or listening who they want to have that conversation about safety, about social media, and just about all of the things our kids and our students are exposed to on a daily basis. But sometimes those conversations are awkward, or they're hard, or they just don't know where to start. For you, how would you have a parent start that conversation with their child?
I would tell them to be honest. Ask a question. Whatever topic it is, ask their child a question and find out how much they know. What do they know about that particular topic? What do they know about internet safety? Or the internet seems like an old word, right? How about social media safety, or Snapchat safety? Or what does it mean when you share your location? What does it mean when you have your location on your phone? And find out what they know. And then from there, you can build on what they need to know, in addition to what they already know, because a lot of times they don't know factual information about the sites that they're going to and the things that they're doing. They don't understand those algorithms. I do tell parents to watch The Social Dilemma. I think it's an amazing movie to show what is actually happening, and it actually has me where I'm like, I don't go on anything now because I don't want somebody. I'm not a paranoid person, but I don't like that when I look up I don't know, a mixing bowl, that everywhere I look on my social media or stuff, it's a mixing bowl ad or something. I know that's a terrible example,
but
but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's those little cookie crumbs we leave all over the internet.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
think something that I think anyone can hear, but especially our high school students, is those cookie crumbs you're leaving, they follow you throughout your college life, your career, and all of those things. And I think it's something that our students today are having to face that even a decade ago, that it wasn't the same reality for those kids. And so it definitely does have a big impact in how our students relate to each other, how they share communication, and how our parents are involved in our students' lives as well. Is there anything else or any other tips that you would have for our parents regarding safety and the safety of our students?
Well, I was thinking about this question when you posed it to me earlier, and I think the biggest thing is educating them, empowering them with that education, but also being aware of what they're doing, being aware of where they're going, being aware of who they're with. A lot of times we'll get a concerned parent and you'll say, well, what are their friends' names? And they don't know what their friends' names are. And these kids don't even know the last name of their best friend, because on social media, their best friend's name is not their full name unless they do that. And then we tell them not to do that too, right? But know their friends' parents. It goes back to when I was young. My mom and dad would call where I said I was going to be, and make sure that that parent was home. I mean, doing those kind of things. I know we want to give our kids the space. I raised 3 of them, so I have a little bit of experience, but we want to give them the space to grow and mature and be productive people. But at the same time, we have to have boundaries, and we have to help them understand that, like you said, that I love that, like a little piece of a cookie.
Yeah.
I always tell the kids, like, when you put your foot in the sand and it leaves that footprint, or better yet, in today's world, cement, right?
Yeah.
Because it's solid.
It's
like
there.
what you did online is solid. And so it's like we tell them it is there forever. And when I got into this job, it was a long time ago, and social media wasn't anywhere near what it is today. And I had no social media. I didn't even know what it was.
Right.
So it's like, educate yourself, right? So when my daughter was like, Mom, this is Snapchat. I'm like, what is Snapchat? Well, so much of what is not good going on comes through Snapchat.
Absolutely.
Comes through TikTok. So if you don't know what they are, educate yourself. Like get in there and look at it. And I always tell people, like, don't do it from your work device, but maybe at home.
Yeah.
Like, start Googling some of this stuff and educate yourself. And I do believe safety is not just physical. I do believe it is social and mental well-being as well. And so I tell parents, like, if your kids are talking about vaping, or they're talking about marijuana wax, and you have no idea what that is, or you hear a word that they're saying, Google it. Be careful, right?
Yeah.
I mean, make sure you're getting a reliable source.
Absolutely.
But do that, or call me. I have parents call me with some of the strangest questions sometimes. But that's because I built that relationship, right? I've worked really hard to build that relationship with everybody in the community, so they feel comfortable doing that, even if their child doesn't feel comfortable.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you also brought up Snapchat and the permanence of social media. I know one of the selling points, so to say, of Snapchat is that it's instantaneous. It goes away. And I think a lot of our students maybe really truly believe that they send something on Snapchat and it's gone forever. But also going back to the fact that anyone can screenshot it, and anything on the internet, it does live on a lot longer than any of us think it does. And so just being cognizant of the things you're sharing, you're saying, or retweeting, or any of that, it follows you a lot longer than you would think. And then also, Officer Hale, I want to be cognizant of your time. So before I let you go, is there anything else you want to share with with our community, either about the work that you do as a school resource officer, or just about safety in general? I know it's a huge topic and there's so much to say, but if there's anything else.
There is a lot. And what I would urge parents, partners, guardians, community members to do is reach out to your SRO. Get to know your SRO. If you have questions or concerns, ask them. Especially, we're in all the high schools. We're 7 high schools, so there's 7 of us. we've all been doing this job for a while, and we're all available. And that's one of the best parts and hardest parts of my job is how available I am,
Right.
right? But I want to.
Ms. Contra, are you good? All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this evening's board meeting. It's great to see everybody, smiling faces as always. Ms. Contra, let's call this meeting to order at 6:05 p.m. Ms. Hill, welcome back. Before we get started, I do want to let everyone know that Dr. Reynolds will not be with us in any form, face-to-face or virtually. He fell ill this morning. He sounds pretty bad. So certainly wishing him a speedy recovery. That said, Ms. Hill, do you want to run us through our Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence? All right, thank you. I apologize. We had a few requests to speak come in late, or later, I should say. So I'm just trying to get those organized. All right. Welcome again, Ms. Hill. Thank you again for leading us in the pledge and moment of silence this evening. Going on to section 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Ms. Hill, any changes or adoptions you'd like to make this evening to the agenda?
Yes, actually would like to move 8.5 to the top of the list for an action item.
Okay, let me just,
So we would do it first.
I will second that.
okay. Okay, so there's that. And we have a couple more that we're wanting to move up as well with administrative appointments. So that said, in addition to that, I'd like to move up 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 to just below recognitions before public comment.
I will second that.
All right.
Can I motion, I would like to remove, what number was it here? 6.7. I'd like to remove that from consent agenda.
I will second that.
Okay. So, Ms. Contra, I'm going to assume, well, Ms. Hill, let me ask you this. With your request to move up 8.5, are you wanting to move that as the first position underneath recognitions before administrative appointments? Or
I guess I did not make that clear, so yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay.
Does she need a second on that?
Ms. Rooks, second that. So, Ms. Contra, let me know how you're doing over there.
Just so I'm clear on the motions to, and the movements, we are requesting to move 8.5 to the first position. Is that, Mrs. Hill, in action items or just after board comments?
I mean, if we can move it to after board comments, because that's something I think a lot of people are here for, so they don't have to stay for the entire meeting, that would be my preference.
Okay. So what I have in my understanding is we move 8.5 to the first position of action immediately following board comments, followed by items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, and removal of consent item 6.7.
That sounds right. Ms. Hill, I do have an ask. Any flexibility in keeping the administrative appointments in the first positions right after recognitions, and then we'll get into 8.5?
Yes, that would be fine.
Is that okay?
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
So, Ms. Contra, do you have that? We're going to do the approval of administrative appointments right after recognitions, sorry.
Right after, President Sandoval, right after recognitions or board comments?
Sorry, after board comments.
Okay, thank you.
I need to scroll up a little bit. Sorry, I guess I meant section 4. So,
No problem.
but yes, right after board comments, we'll do, we're moving 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. And then immediately following those three, we'll move into 8.5.
I will need just a moment to type that motion for the approval of the agenda.
Okay, and you have Mrs. Rook's consent agenda line item that she would like to pull as well, right?
Yes, sir, I do. And then do we need a first and a second on all of that?
No, I believe we have a second, first and a second on all requests, right? Did you get those?
Well, there were first and seconds separately,
Gotcha.
so
So on my request, I motioned Ms. Ewing second. And
for
then-
approval of the entire order of the agenda, we would need a first and a second.
That's correct. I just need to see your language to make sure I'm in line with it.
No problem. Give me just a moment.
Actually, I think I might have it, Kim, while you're moving those around, so we can continue along. Any other, well, Ms. Rooks, you pulled the consent agenda item. Dr. Swanson, any items that you'd like to move around?
No, sir.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
Okay. All that said, I do need a motion to approve the agenda with these edits. Moving action items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 after board comments, and 8.5 after those line items. So it's going to be 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.5 after board comments, and pulling line item 6.7 from the consent agenda.
I motion that we pull 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.5 to be moved after board comments 4.2 and moving 6.7 from consent agenda.
I will second.
All right, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Mrs. Rooks and a second by Mrs. Hill. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Members of the public this evening, thank you for your patience. That was tough to kind of sit and listen to. All right, moving on to recognitions 4.1. Aaron, welcome.
Thank you. Each year, the National Merit Scholarship Corporation identifies academically talented students from high schools across the United States. Qualification for these awards is based on preliminary SAT and National Merit Scholar Qualifying Test scores. The journey to be named a National Merit finalist is not a simple one. Approximately 50,000 students earn test scores that qualify them for the National Merit Scholarship Program out of the initial 1.5 million entrants. Out of that 50,000 high-scoring students, a little over 16,000 are recognized as semifinalists. The semifinalists are the highest scoring entrants in every state. Finally, just over 15,000 semifinalists advanced over to that finalist category. In Peoria Unified, we are fortunate to have named quite a few national merit semifinalists over the years. We've even had the pleasure of celebrating a select number of finalists from time to time as well. I am so pleased to announce that the Peoria Unified School District has the privilege to celebrate 6 national merit finalists this year. This is the highest number of finalists that we have seen in the last 9 years in our district, and we commend our students, their teachers, their families, and administrators, or all who have supported them on this very impressive accomplishment. It is with great joy that I get to present the following students who we have invited here this evening to this governing board meeting. So students, when I announce you, please stand so that we may recognize you. From Centennial High School, we have Ephraim Joel Esmus. You don't have to stay standing, but I will invite you up in just a moment. Ephraim shared with me that he plans to go on to Bowdoin College in Maine to study biology and ecology there. From Ironwood High School, we have Chelston Huntilia. And he plans on going on to study computer science at Barrett Honor College and also doing some AI work as well. Thank you. From Liberty High School, we have Samantha Randolph with us, who plans to go to Creighton University studying health sciences. Congratulations. From Sunrise Mountain High School, we have Annabelle Tran, who is also going to go to ASU Barrett College for computer science. Congratulations. We have Madeline Williams, also from Sunrise Mountain High School. She plans to attend Rochester Institute of Technology, studying physics and a whole bunch of other very impressive things that didn't make sense to me, but it sounds very impressive, so we're excited to follow her. And we have one additional National Merit finalist who was unable to join us this evening, but Jacob Simpson from Sunrise Mountain High School as well. I just want to recognize their families that are here this evening who support the work that they do. We also have some of our administrators here this evening joining in this celebration for all of their achievements. So in our back, we have Mr. Russ Dunham from Ironwood High School and Mr. Vance Setka from Sunrise Mountain High School. Thank you. The National Merit Scholarship winners will be announced between April and July by the National Merit Scholarship Corporation. And again, we are very, very proud of our Peoria Unified students for being named as finalists in this rigorous competition. We wish you all the best, and we hope that you stay in touch with us to keep us posted on how you're doing through that scholarship program. It's very rigorous, but also with your future studies as well, because staying in touch with our alumni is equally valuable to all of us. So students, those of you who are National Merit finalists, if you don't mind joining me for just a moment at the podium, because I am sure that our board members have some very good remarks for you. Come on up.
Welcome. Congratulations. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill.
Wow, congratulations. This is an incredible honor. It's very, very difficult to achieve the level of academics that you all have achieved. The National Merit Scholarship is just amazing. And to be finalists, you pretty much can write your own ticket for, getting into college and getting a full ride, and the world's your oyster. I mean, I'm just so proud of you. You guys did amazing. I know you put in a lot of hard work. You're obviously very intelligent, and we love that you're a part of our PUSD family. So congratulations, and good luck to you on your future endeavors.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, obviously a really big deal, and I hope you guys acknowledge that and recognize that and have some downtime in your very rigorous academic studies as well, because that's important, right? And I think it's kind of cool that every single one of you is exploring a branch of science. And that concept of analytical thinking, right? Beyond just the computational thinking, but the design thinking, the system thinking, and everything that we know that's changing at such a rapid pace. You guys are going to be the front end of that. And I believe that our world is in good hands with you in our future. So congratulations. We're very proud of you, and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, congratulations to all of you. And I can't imagine what you must be feeling right now, just super nervous maybe, but we're excited. It's just a great achievement for you guys. And I know I can see all your families over there taking pictures, recording, and I can see they're proud by the looks on their faces. So congratulations and good luck at your future.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. Congratulations on your achievements. Amazing. And I got an opportunity to meet a couple of you out at the schools. So not only great academically, great personalities as well. So super proud for you. I know your families are very proud for you, and I can't wait to see what you do for our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yeah, I mean, just congratulations. Quick question for Principal Setka and Principal Dunham. I mean, as we go through, our academic years, and I'm sure it gets competitive to kind of see who has the most Flynn Scholars from each side. Setka, it sounds like you might have a few more than the other sides, or there at Sunrise. So is there a bet? Did you guys bet before the year, or just? That's right. That's right. Now, in all seriousness, though, but thank you both for your leadership, and all the teachers and staff that continue to just nurture the creativity of our students and inspire them. And thank you for, continuing to just be the best version of yourself every day. Keep up the great work. Keep being great individuals. And I guess the only advice that I can really give you as you move on is, understand that you continue to do the work to be great, but also stay curious, and, without judgment, always ask questions every day in life, and just every day is about being a student, right, and having that student mindset. So continue to learn and grow and always continuously improve. So congratulations again, and thank you for all the great work. Thank you. All right. Aaron, is that, we good? All right, thank you. All right, moving on to board comments. Ms. Hill.
No comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen.
Good luck to our playoffs. Spring season starts soon, so good luck to all of our athletes back out there.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Rooks.
Keep me safe, my God, for in you I take refuge. Psalm 16:1. I want to say thank you to Centennial High School principal. He gave me a tour last week of the school. I really enjoyed seeing all the different programs offered there and to meet some of the teachers at the school, so thank you. I also want to say thank you to Liberty High School's SRO officer, Hale, and Ryan Reese, our safety coordinator, and Mrs. Bennett from Vasansi Elementary. I was able to attend the assembly yesterday for 8th grade students on the dangers of drugs, and having those conversations with the students I think is very important, and I really enjoyed listening to the Officer Hale and Ryan Reese and Mrs. Bennett really take on the dangers of the drugs and really trying to help those kids. I also was able to, about a week and a half ago, tour the Glendale Real-Time Crime Center with Dr. Reynolds and Mr. Kevin Molino, and that was a really great opportunity for us to look and see how to make our school safer. So that was awesome. And then this week I was able to attend the School Safety Summit in Glendale and get some presentations, workshops on the school safety, how we do that for our kids and protecting them. I know Mrs. Ewing was there, so that was really great for 2 board members to be able to go see some of the administration, really wanting to take on and protecting our kids. So I appreciate, the opportunity to go to that summit. So that's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. Yes, the Safety Summit, I really have to congratulate or thank Mr. Molino and Mr. Reese for extending that invitation out to not only the board members, but also to our administration. I'm very proud to say that Peoria School District had the largest showing of staff there. We had over 20 folks there, so that was pretty amazing, and I appreciate all of those staff members, board members who took the time to make sure that our safety of our kids are top of mind. And one of the other things I must share, that every time I'd see something on the slideshow about what are the best practices, what is the best model to have, I'd turn around to Mr. Molino or Mr. Reese and say, we're doing that, right? And every time that was a yes. So huge congratulations, or thank you to making sure that we have great processes in place, and I look forward to hearing more on that. And I just want to say thank you to all of the schools that I've been out visiting: Coyote Hills, Pioneer, Sunset Heights, Peoria, Foothills, Kachina, Frontier, and Ira Murphy in the last couple of weeks. So I appreciate all of the principals and students who took time to walk me around the schools and show me all of the best things that are happening in our schools. So I really appreciate that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yeah, in addition to celebrating this evening, some of the excellence that exists throughout our districts by recognizing these Flynn Scholars, I had the opportunity to attend the ACE mentorship really presentation. So these are engineering students out at the Met. MET stands for, it's really their ACE mentorship program. ACE stands for Architecture, Construction, Engineering. It's really inspiring when you go to these types of activities and you have a whole crowd in the audience, and these individuals are high schoolers who are just very confident in what they do and courageous and getting up there to present their work and their solutions. It was just really, it was neat to hear, some of the growth that each one of them talked about as they were asked the question. Some of the growth was in and around just that ability to get up and speak in front of an audience. It's not easy, but they did it, just flawlessly. So very proud of those students there at the Met, and very proud of the Met and all its programs that we have there for our kids throughout the district. Also attended the CTE Career Fair today. That was at Cactus High School. It was well attended. It brought in students from all of our sites. It brought in industries, varied industries, from APS to the new TSMC plant that's up north. Peoria Fire was out there. So it was neat to watch the students engage with some of those organizations and to understand what opportunities they have as they grow and leave the walls of Peoria Unified. So thank you to all the partners who were out there today. And then earlier this morning, I was at Sunrise Mountain at their senior awards ceremony. We talk about just Peoria Unified always being highly sought after by our families. And the open enrollment students who, come to Peoria Unified, who want to realize not only academic excellence, but growth from a human skill perspective, and really understanding, how you work through as a team, as I'm sure these individuals who we just spoke to this evening and honored, to, really come up with those solutions and, problem solve and de-escalate, and just critical thinking that Dr. Sorensen talked about earlier. So it was a great ceremony that, again, recognized academic excellence. It recognized those human skills. It recognized just a dedication to individuals being the best versions of themselves on a daily basis. And then the last thing, and kind of in line with Dr. Sorensen stated at the end, had the opportunity to go to the Peoria Sports Complex, watch a couple of the baseball games there. It was really neat to see our high schoolers play a baseball game at the Peoria Sports Complex, kind of a big league field in that experience. I went to the Liberty game and the Peoria Cactus game. So it's just that partnership we have with the the Diamond Club is just invaluable, and I just can't imagine the experience that they had and just being out there in the big league field. So again, just a lot of great things going on throughout Peoria Unified. I always said, we are rich in programs, without question. Programs that help our students understand what inspires them and puts them on a path, to realize, career success as they leave our walls. So again, I just want to thank our leadership from a site perspective, a district perspective, all of our teachers and staff, and really all of our wraparound services that we have as an organization, to include our counselors and our social workers. And I hate when I start naming certain titles because then, we have so many, but we have a team and a village that everyone, kind of uses that term to really wrap around students and meet them where they're at. So thank you to all the individuals who do that on a daily basis. And that is all that I have. We will not have superintendent comments this evening with Dr. Reynolds being out. Dr. Davis, I'm not sure. I know you're filling in. Good? Okay. All right. With that said, I'm going to pause real quick before we get into our action items that we moved up. Those individuals, Flint Scholars, families who are recognized, if you wish to exit the boardroom at this time, you're more than welcome, but you're also more than welcome to stay as well. Entirely up to you. Thank you again, and congratulations. There's okay. Welcome back, everybody. So we are going to move on to 4.3 now, the approval of administrative appointment, Executive Director of Facilities and Planning, Ms. Fesley.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board. Tonight, I am bringing forth a name for Executive Director of Facilities and Planning. We would like to recommend Mr. Robert Lawson to be appointed as, again, our next Executive Director of Facilities and Planning for the 2023-2024 school year. Mr. Lawson comes to us with over 30 years of experience in operations and management. He most recently served as the Executive Director of Facilities and Construction Management at Pueblo School District in Colorado. And before that, he served as the Director of Maintenance for the Glendale Elementary School District. He's also served Yuma County General Services Director, the City of Goodyear Deputy Public Works Director and the Director of Transportation for the Yuma School District. And before entering the operations field, Mr. Lawson was in construction and also law enforcement in the state of New Mexico. He is relocating to Arizona this summer to be closer to his family. So we are fortunate to have Mr. Lawson joining our Peoria Unified family, pending your vote tonight. Unfortunately, he could not be here. He is back in Colorado at his governing board meeting, also doing some presentations as well. So at this time, I do ask for a vote, and again, looking at appointing Mr. Robert Lawson, and then we look forward to bringing him back at a later time once he's moved here to have formal introductions with him.
Thank you, Mrs. Vesley. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
No comments.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
I don't have any questions either. With that said, I do need a motion to approve the administrative appointment, Executive Director of Facilities and Planning.
I move to approve 4.3, approval of administrative appointment, Executive Director of Facilities and Planning.
I will second.
Ms. Contra, I have a motion made by Ms. Hill and a second made by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Mr. Lawson. All right, moving on to 4.4, approval of administrative appointment, principal at Desert Palms Elementary Schools. Ms. Vesley.
Thank you again, President Sandoval, members of the board. It is my sincere pleasure to bring forth the name of Miss Anita Gomez to be appointed to the position of principal for Desert Palms Elementary School. Ms. Gomez currently serves as assistant principal at Desert Valley and has done so for the past 4 years. Ms. Gomez also served our district as the Director of Federal Programs and as the district's testing coordinator from 2017 to 2019. She also has been a principal in the Fountain Hills Unified School District, and even prior to her principalship there, she also worked here in Peoria, serving as a junior high math teacher and an instructional coach from 1990 to 2006. Ms. Gomez holds a principal certificate from the state of Arizona. She earned her bachelor's degree in education and a master's degree in education from Arizona State University. She also took an additional master level coursework through Northern Arizona University for her principal certification. Ms. Gomez was strongly recommended by the interview committee, which consisted of parents, certified staff, site administrators, classified staff. She has been an integral part of Desert Valley's success over the last 4 years. And having Ms. Anita Gomez continue her career in Peoria Unified would be nothing more than exceptional. She's a wonderful person and just the best person that I can think of to continue to lead the charge at Desert Palms Elementary School. So without further ado, I ask that we vote and appoint Ms. Anita Gomez as Desert Palms' next principal.
All right, so board members will go through questions, comments, and a vote, and then we'll ask Ms. Gomez up for any comments at that point. Mrs. Hill, questions, comments?
No comment.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
Yep, I don't have any questions either, so I do need a motion to approve the administrative appointment, principal at Desert Palms Elementary School.
I will move to approve 4.4, approval of administrative appointment, principal of Desert Palms Elementary School.
I will second that.
Ms. Contra, I have a motion made by Mrs. Hill and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. No, you're good. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Mrs. Gomez, congratulations.
President Sandoval, members of the board, at this time, I would like to bring Ms. Anita Gomez up to the podium.
President Sandoval, members of the board, I am very excited to serve the community of Desert Palms, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. It means a lot to me.
Now, congratulations, Ms. Hill.
Well, welcome aboard. We're very happy to have you. I think you will do a wonderful job at Desert. Now, of course, I forgot the name of it.
Palms, Desert Palms.
Desert Palms. I was going to say Desert Springs. I'm thinking of California. I'm sorry. Congratulations. And it sounds like you're returning to us. So that's wonderful. We're always happy to have people come back into the fold. Very pleased that you're with us, and we know that you're going to do a fabulous job. Thank you so much for applying, and we're looking forward to having you be a wonderful presence for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, congratulations. You've served a lot of roles, also here in this district and a couple other ones. So I look forward to seeing that diverse leadership take off at Desert Palms. So, and you have quite a support staff back there. So that's also good too, right? So congratulations.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Sorensen. Mrs. Ricks?
Yes, congratulations. That's a great achievement to be a principal of a school. So huge responsibility, and I look forward to meeting you and touring Desert Palms. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. Congratulations. I know your school is very sad to see you leave Desert Valley, but you've been with great leadership. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of competition between the two schools coming up, maybe.
Collaboration.
But a collaboration, that's a good way to put it. But I'm excited to see what your vision is at your new school, and I'm excited to come out and once you get your feet underneath you on what you want to accomplish, I'm excited to hear about that. So thank you and congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. You know, what I've known of you for the many years that I've been on the board, just again, is your intentionality every day and your focus on, you know, our youth, and that's why we're here. So moving up to that level and being the principal of the site, I'm just looking forward to your just people first mindset, and you know, and that really kind of cascading and really modeling, you know, throughout you know, the different roles there at your new sites, and how that even models, you know, for our students. So, you know, continue the great work, and just thank you, you know, for waking up every day to really lift up our youth. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to 4.5, approval of administrative appointment, principal at Heritage Elementary School.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to bring Ms. Julene Bacanos forward for the appointment of principal at Heritage Elementary School. Ms. Bacanos started her career here in Peoria in 2007, and she served as a teacher at Country Meadows Elementary School from 2007 to 2015. She then moved into the role of instructional coach and served the Liberty High School cluster, working with new teachers, planning and presenting district professional development, and facilitating cluster and district PLCs. Since 2016, Ms. Bacanos has served Peoria as an assistant principal at both Peoria Elementary and Frontier Elementary. Ms. Bacanos holds a principal certificate from the state of Arizona. She earned her bachelor's degree in education from Arizona State University West Campus and earned her master's degree in educational administration from Grand Canyon University. Ms. Bacanos, again, was strongly recommended by the interview committee, which consisted of parents, certified staff, classified staff, site and district administrators. We look forward to having Ms. Julene Bacanos move into her new role of principal at Heritage Elementary School. And again, I've worked very closely with Ms. Bacanos over the years, and I cannot think of anyone better to bring forth for Heritage. So at this time, it is, I'm asking again that you approve this administrative appointment for the position of principal at Heritage Elementary School, effective July 1.
Thank you, Mrs. Vetley. I'm sorry, Mrs. Vesley.
No worries.
Board members, I need a motion to approve the administrative appointment, principal at Heritage Elementary School.
I will motion that we approval of administrative appointment for a principal at Heritage Elementary School.
I'll second that. It's contrary of a motion made by Mrs. Rooks and a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Congratulations.
We do have Ms. Julian Bachnos here, and at this time, I'd like to invite her up to the podium.
Perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, President Sandoval and members of the board. I am just thrilled to be here. I'm so excited to be a member of the Heritage team and to pick up where they're at and move them forward, working with all of the stakeholders there, teachers, students, families. So thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Hill, questions, comments?
Congratulations. It sounds like you have actually had a long history with PUSD and done wonderful things for our district, and we're just very pleased that you have decided to take on the role of principal at Heritage. We're just pleased that you're going to be a part of our family for a much longer time, and I'm sure you're going to do us very proud there. And thank you again. We're very, very happy to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, congratulations. It's always nice to see internal candidates who've been in this district for a while get an opportunity to lead that team and lead a school. So obviously a big responsibility in looking at your resume and your candidacy. You seem to be ready to do that. So I look forward to see the results you get at Heritage. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, congratulations. I toured Peoria Elementary, so I remember your face. So great opportunity for you to take on that leadership role at Heritage Elementary. So I see your family back there, so I'm sure they're very excited for you as well. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you and congratulations. We're excited to see what you do at Heritage. I'm exceptionally impressed with all of your different experience at all of the different schools, and all of the schools that you've been have very different unique qualities and programs to them. And so it'll be interesting to see what you bring forth over at Heritage. And thank you for all of your time with Peoria School District and for staying with us. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yes, I'm going to echo what everyone else just said. I mean, congratulations, and looking forward to you continuing to lift up Heritage, with their programs that they have there at that site. It'll be exciting to see, based on your experience and somewhat of your institutional knowledge that you have of Peoria Unified, is how your different lens takes those programs to yet another level. So congratulations again, and thank you for choosing Peoria Unified.
Absolutely. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Yeah, have a great evening. Thank you. All right, before we move on, if there are any individuals who would like to exit the room who are tied to these recognitions or these administrative appointments, right now is a good time to do so. Again, more than welcome to stay as well. Okay, moving on to 4.6, discussion and possible action regarding whether to direct administration to prepare the first draft of a facility use policy for PUSD student bathrooms and locker rooms. Dr. Davidson, it does show that this is being presented by Dr. Reynolds. I'm not sure if there were any words that you wanted to express before we got started, or?
Thank you, President Sandoval. No words other than certainly we will take direction from the board based on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Hill, I do know that this is a line item that you brought forth, so I'll allow you to kick it off. And then we actually do have, well, let me just ask you this, okay? We have public comment tied to this line item. So we can listen to public comment first before you speak, or if you want to say some words and then let public comment go, and then we can get into board questions, comments. Up to you.
Let's go ahead and have the public speak first.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. All right, we have a pretty good stack of public comment tied to this line item. As always, we will spend 30 minutes on public comment, 3 minutes per individual. Just as public rules of conduct, the board president shall keep control of the meeting and require the speakers and the audience to refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, or other conduct which disrupts or interferes with the orderly conduct of the business of the meeting. Personal attacks on board members, staff, or members of the public are not allowed. It is inappropriate to utilize a public hearing, the public comment segment, or any other agenda items for the purpose of making political speeches. Engaging in such conduct and failing to cease such conduct upon request of the presiding officer will be grounds for ending a speaker's time at the podium or for the removal of any disruptive person from the meeting room at the direction of the board president. That said, we welcome everyone's voice. So Ms. Contra, we will start this public comment at 6:54. And first public comment comes from Micah Dyer.
Good evening, board. Tonight I come before you with a heavy heart and a very deep concern for the future of our district. This proposed policy to limit bathroom and locker room use based on biological sex is not only discriminatory, but it also goes against the very essence of our district's motto: every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. We cannot prepare our students for the future if we do not embrace diversity and inclusivity. As a district, we must uphold the rights of every student, regardless of their gender identity. To use the bathroom or locker room that aligns with their gender identity, to do otherwise would be to deny them their fundamental rights to dignity and respect. Transgender students already face enough challenges in their daily lives. They face higher rates of bullying, discrimination, and harassment, which can have a detrimental effect on their mental health and academic performance. And by you implementing a policy that discriminates against them, we're sending a message that they're not welcome in our schools, that they're not valued, and that they do not belong. As a district, we must do better than this. We must lead by example and show that we are a district that values diversity, inclusivity, and the rights of every student. We cannot afford to create an environment that is hostile to transgender students, or any student for that matter. So I implore each and every one of you to think through what this decision means. That when you pass this policy, we're going to have students thinking, where am I going to go to the bathroom? Not thinking about what they're going to do in their class. And so I implore you, members of the governing board, to consider the impact of your decision on the lives of our students. Our district's motto is not just a catchphrase, but I hope it's a guiding principle that we must strive to uphold every single day. So let us live up to this motto, ensure that every student feels welcome, valued, and respected in our schools. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. Next public comment comes from Ms. Kaylee Skelly.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Skelly. I have never been to a board meeting before, so I don't know the protocol or anything like that, so bear with me. I am a mom to 4 children who all attend Peoria Unified School District. I have 3 daughters and 1 son, and I wanted to come today to speak on behalf of my daughters, specifically. My oldest daughter is in 6th grade. Sorry, I'm really nervous. And when I asked her how she would feel if a person who was born a boy and identified as a girl wanted to change in a girl's locker room or go into the girl's bathroom, she said she would be extremely uncomfortable. She said to me that she would choose not to use the bathroom at all at school. She said that she would rather hold her bladder and not go to the bathroom versus going into the bathroom. We raise our children, my husband and I, to be kind and respectful to everyone. And we believe that we are called as Christians to love everyone. But loving someone does not mean agreeing with them on everything. It does not mean condoning behaviors, and it does not mean sacrificing our identity and beliefs for others. I feel that a policy needs to be written to protect our girls, my girls, and all the other girls in this district in order to, and even the transgender students, but in a way to make everyone feel comfortable and safe in their environment. My daughter should not have to hold their bladders because they do not feel comfortable. Whatever the policy may be, I don't want to have to leave Peoria Unified. I love this district, but I have to stand up for what's right for my girls, and so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Scully. Next public comment comes from Just Mia. Welcome.
Good evening. First thing I want to say is I am not here out of hate. I don't hate anyone, and I especially don't hate children that are struggling with their gender identity. I, along with other parents, just want the safest environment for my children when we send them off to school for 7 hours a day. Not just my children, but all children. What I don't like is the hateful rhetoric that's being put on parents like me. I don't speak truth out of hate, but sometimes truth is hard to hear. The fact is, the district needs a bathroom policy. Currently, there is no policy in place. I recently saw an email that was sent out to high school admins, basically telling them that the trans student and their parents get to do whatever they want when it comes to bathroom and locker rooms, and they need to deal with it on a case-by-case. You're putting so much unnecessary burden on your already exhausted admins. You're leaving them out to dry and having to deal with every single one of these cases, parents, concerned parents, and complaints. If you put a policy in place, this will remove the burden from them. They are exhausted. You guys do this a lot. The board always puts everything on the admins to deal with it. I ask that you put an agenda or your agenda, your narrative aside, and make a common sense policy. Don't force the entire student body to accommodate for one or a few students. If trans students don't want to use their biological bathroom, then give them an accommodation. That's not hateful. That's how it's always been done. You don't accommodate the 99 for one student. So please vote to put a bathroom policy on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next public comment comes from Melissa Sheridan.
So please bear with me too, this is my first time. And I agree, I'm also here out of kindness and out from my heart and not hate for anybody. I'm here to speak on the subject of the all-gender bathrooms. My husband and I took pride in great efforts to buy a home literally in walking distance of both schools that we felt were the best in the district. It was immensely important to my husband that our children stay in school from start to finish with their friends. He never had that stability as he moved frequently and was the new kid in over 20 different schools. That doesn't bode well for childhood or relationship development. I was fortunate to have the privilege to have that experience that we want for our children, but now we have considerable doubts about our decision. School should be just as safe as being at home. We place our trust that we are sending our babies to their second home for formal education. School is about math, English, and social studies and science, learning the structure of things that they need for success after grade school. School is not about sex, gender, color, politics, grooming. Those of you that aren't women may never be able to perceive the threat a woman feels in a vulnerable place such as a bathroom. The same may be said for an alternative identifying child that feels unsafe in the bathroom they identify with. They may not feel safe there or any public bathroom. All kids can be mean and hateful. Let's be realistic. But bad things happen in bathrooms, and that can happen anywhere. I feel sick at the thought of my daughter being stared at in a bathroom and made to feel scared or uncomfortable. And then what? Does she hide there, leave, and risk being assaulted? Either option is a risk. Same can be said about the alternatively identifying children that feel unsafe in the bathroom. What happens next? The child develops anxiety and trauma response about bathrooms and then school, and then we have a bigger problem. So I pose this suggestion. As a nurse practitioner, I look to problem solve, and I'm not here to just make a complaint or rant. I'm here to also propose a solution. In nursing, when you can't make something work the usual way, you find a workaround that's safe and effective. So I propose that you provide those that identify alternatively with their own bathroom. This will not only provide a solution for them, but also provide those vulnerable children with a safer place to go for restroom use. A private bathroom with a locked door and an inability to be viewed through a crack in the door. Those that truly identify other than a biological male or female are a vulnerable population, and their safety is just as important to consider as well. Bad things happen in bathrooms. So I suggest, 1, convert a staff bathroom temporary means and immediately available to appease the situation until a more formal solution can be attained. Number 2, portable toilets. This is also a fast and temporary solution that has the ability to have immediate access to be used and again appease the situation until a more formal solution can be attained. 3, build a separate bathroom while utilizing the options already stated until project completion. These 3 options are a reasonable solution to the concern at hand, and I would also like to assume low cost while facilities can be constructed. These will address all of the vulnerable populations and safety concerns. This will also provide reassurance to your community that our daughters' safety are being considered just as important and just as vulnerable as those with alternative identification. We just want you to educate my kids. And if you can't do that, then we have to consider removing our children from the public education system and take our ESA funds elsewhere. And my children deserve to not have their innocence traumatized.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan. Next public comment comes from Ms. Diane Douglas.
President Sandoval, Board Clerk Rooks, and members of the Governing Board. I'm Diane Douglas. I had the honor of serving on this board for 8 years, 2 years as the board's president. I also had the privilege of serving as Arizona's Superintendent of Public Instruction. During the April 14th meeting, Board Clerk Heather Rooks provided a draft policy regarding bathroom privacy, requesting it be placed on the board agenda. Instead, Superintendent Reynolds and Board President Sandoval agendized this vote, whether to direct administration to prepare the first draft of a bathroom policy. According to several board members, administration told them that this is the process. The board votes to direct administration on whether to consider specific policy or not. Clearly, these board members have been misinformed. PUSD board policy process BG reads, suggestions regarding the content of policies may originate with a member of the board, the superintendent, a staff, a parent, a student, a consultant, a civic group, or a resident or any resident of the district. The policy proposals, and this is in quotes, shall be referred to the administration for detailed study prior to recommendations being provided to the board. Under the law, shall is a requirement, not a suggestion. Mrs. Rooks has brought suggested policy language that administration per board policy is mandated to pursue. The policy does not allow the board to shut down recommendations prior to the administrative review. Likewise, yesterday's press release deceived the community about the process, alleging the board vote tonight determines if the district begins work on a draft policy. No, administration shall begin the study of the suggested policy brought forward by Mrs. Rooks per board policy. The presser continues, the vote tomorrow night does not change how students currently use the bathrooms, but does not advise parents that the current practice is to allow boys into the girls' bathroom. Every member of the board, regardless of your opinion on this issue, should be outraged that administration has created a controversial practice without a board policy for guidance. Practices, rules, regulations come from policy, not out of thin air. Bathrooms in public places privatized for sex have existed in our society, probably since indoor plumbing. Even our homes, the bathrooms have doors on them. That our girls aren't entitled to private space protected against invasion by biological boys during the most personal activities, as using a restroom or changing clothes, is mind-boggling. But how the board has dragged its feet on this decision is reprehensible.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas.
Hopefully, despite this blatant
Take your
abuse
time.
of policy,
Thank comes from Edlin Tomlinson. Edlin Tomlinson. I apologize that you couldn't hear. Yep.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm fairly new to this area. I moved here about 3 years ago. My background is I'm a CPA with an MBA. Some of my audit clients when I was in Chicago was Chicago Board of Education, Operation Push, CETA grants. I have a lot of friends that have children and grandchildren in your school. I appreciate the hard issues that you guys got to face. I can see points on both sides. Being a teenager in this day and age is hard enough. I can't imagine what it would be like to have sexual orientation confusion or certainty other than your biological. What I do know is I was a biological male boy. I know the urges and drives they have. I don't think it's fair to him to be putting him in that situation either. If he is a biological male with biological urges, he should not be in the girls' locker room. I'm sorry.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Edlin. Next public comment comes from Elijah Watson.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. My name is Elijah Watson. I'm an advocate for equitable education here in Arizona. Now, before I get into my speech about this honestly egregious proposal, I think it's important to know what it means to agree to disagree with someone. Now, I have many disagreements with how many of the members of this community live their lives, but despite my disagreements with their lifestyles, I don't advocate for policies that oppress them. But this type of policy drafting being considered here today is an example of that same type of oppression. And I believe it is because some of the people behind the dais care more about pushing their religious agendas by spouting Bible verses and letting their storybook version of a God into the conversation, rather than ensuring the rights of some of the most vulnerable students in the district are protected. However, I think it's really important that we talk about the case of Adams versus St. Johns County School Board from Florida, in which a Floridian school district attempted to enact an almost identical policy to the one being requested that would restrict bathrooms, and as a result was confronted with numerous lawsuits and a federal appellate court judgment that the policy was not only unconstitutional, but placed an undue burden on transgender students. But if the high risk of lawsuits doesn't push you to vote for no on this type of proposal, then maybe perhaps the facts will. Because a 2019 study done by Harvard determined that transgender students are 36% more likely to be sexually assaulted in a bathroom with members of their own biological sex. Let me repeat that in slightly simplified language. Young minor girls and boys aren't the ones who are going to be sexually assaulted in bathrooms and locker rooms when restrictions like this go into effect. The transgender students are. Therefore, I think we should call this type of policy proposal what it is: hateful and transphobic. I have no doubt in my mind, though, that some of the members of this board and of this community would rather push for the marginalization of the district's own students rather than protect them. So with that, please vote no on this very discriminatory proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Next public comment comes from Pam McCoy. Okay. Thank you for that. All right, next public comment comes from Tiffany Benson.
So, good evening, PUSD community members. I actually want to go a step further than Ms. Diane Douglas and say that during the April 13 board meeting, it was not only President Sandoval, but it was also board members Sorensen and Ewing who refused to second Clerk Rooks on a read of the physical privacy policy. The board also wasted our tax dollars retaining a lawyer for a Title IX presentation on March 9th, knowing the majority of the board had no intentions of fixing the bathroom issue. Thankfully, the executive session failed on February 23rd. I won't pretend to know or care about your motives for avoiding the bathroom issue. From my perspective, the price of these girls' safety, sanity, and purity is basically the dollar amount you think the district will be sued for if you put a policy in place. To me, this is an underhanded way of prostituting kids. I also viewed the so-called transgender student's social media. He is clearly out of his mind, and nobody, including the majority of this board, cares anything about him. This board can't be bothered to put boundaries in place, boundaries that not only protect girls, but would start a process of getting this kid some real help. And so for that, your leadership at this point is useless at best. But thank you, Clerk Rooks, for always putting kids first. In a moment, the parents and the community will see whether your colleagues grew some spines and some hearts since the last board meeting. We need more than a second to protect all students.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Next public comment comes from James Cahill.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Heather and everybody else who said, let's move this up rather than have it at the very end like some of the school districts have done. What I'm here is saying is that we need that policy of having protection for young women. We can't let biological males into locker rooms and bathrooms. Think about it. Many of these locker rooms or bathrooms only have one entrance. That poor young girl is trapped. Talk about having a hostile environment when a male walks into the girl's bathroom or worse, locker room and potentially parades around. I also submit that we need to also have a policy that includes consequences. If you pass this policy, which is needed, or as the previous person said, actually have the gumption to vote on this and not pass it off, have that policy that males are not allowed in girls' bathrooms and vice versa. And I can't believe I've said this because for thousands of years, two simple biology rules have applied. And I guess I can't believe I have to say it. Only those with the penis use the boys' bathroom. Only those with the vagina use the girls' room. We have to stop now and stop this insanity now of the wrong sex going into the wrong bathroom. And I will say this too. I'm not going to be quoting the Bible. I haven't quoted the Bible to you or mentioned my religion. That's irrelevant. It's here for the protection of young girls. That's what you've got to think about. They're all at an impressionable age. And I will tell you this, I do feel sorry for those transgender students, or actually all the students now who have been pushed into this sociological experiment that's been created by school teachers, by social media, by the government. And I feel sorry for them. But we need to make a stand. And now is the time for parents and grandparents and even taxpayers to make a stand for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Next public comment comes from Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board. My name is Trinaberg. I'm a teacher and a parent in this district. I knew what today was going to be like before I got here, and it's unfortunate. A couple of things. Number one, policy that is based in any way, shape, or form on any religious beliefs does not belong in any school. This is a public school for all students, regardless of their religion, race, sexual identity, any other identifying feature that they might have. We have to welcome every single one of our students. And I've heard a lot about the safety of girls. I'm a girl. I absolutely grew up afraid, and I've said this before in a meeting. We have to always be thinking about the possibility of sexual assault, but to think for a second that you have been taught that you are more likely to be assaulted by a trans person is disgusting. That is not accurate information in any way, shape, or form. You are more likely to be sexually molested, assaulted, whatever, by a straight man. It sounds to me like we are really concerned about the behavior of men and behavior of boys. They need to be taught to control their biological urges, because that is not an excuse. It is not an excuse for any type of sexual assault. And I don't care what kind of policy we have. You guys are in a terrible position, because no matter what you decide, you're going to piss off a whole lot of people, and you're going to be sued from one side or the other. And this is awful. You are in a terrible position. But this is not, we should not be demonizing a group of students who are just trying to survive and live. And they were not groomed or indoctrinated to become gay or lesbian, just as you were not indoctrinated to become straight. That is not a thing. Let's be honest. If that was true, then we'd all have straight people, because they are inundated constantly with heteronormative relationships everywhere we go. So stop pretending that this is like something that we're doing to kids. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We need to protect our students, 100%. That's every single one of our students. We cannot ask our trans students to go into a bathroom that's going to make them uncomfortable. But you know what? There are things that we can do to make every bathroom more private. No one likes the stupid gaps around the doors. We could fix that. We can put curtains in bathrooms or the curtains or doors and whatever in locker rooms. There are things we can do. I've suggested before, close down every bathroom we have and put a bunch of blue porta potties out there. Probably stop the kids from vaping as well. The kids that are having issues and don't want to go into bathrooms, it's not because of you said it yourself, the very few students who are trans. That's not the person. And if you have taught your kid to be afraid of trans person, shame on you. Absolutely, this is not appropriate. And the behavior that we have, adults, the way that we're talking to each other, not appropriate. We can fix these issues in many other ways besides discriminatory practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. All right, we have 5 more minutes left tied to public comment, tied to this line item. So which means we have, well, depending on how long, maybe 2 or 3 more public comments. So that said, next public comment comes from Linda Busam. Yep. Welcome, sir.
President Sandoval, members of the board, hello. Thank you for the work that you do. I understand this is an unusual situation. The thing that confuses me most is I'm listening to 2 different debates about a bathroom policy, and I believe the board agenda was to determine if a policy should be considered by the board. Is that not correct? So this isn't a decision that you're making, whether you're going to curtail a specific policy, but whether you're going to consider the development of one. That's what we're talking about, right? So I would think that everybody in this room, regardless of what side of this issue they're on, would be for the board considering that. A system of systems, cause and effect, usually when you're in charge of a system, it aligns to some type of mission. Your mission is to educate children and to protect our children when they're in your school. When you have some type of anomaly or some type of issue or some type of condition that manifests itself that you haven't experienced before and that disrupts your mission, it's your responsibility as leaders to develop a policy or a procedure or a standard or address it in some way that assures that your mission still stays focused on educating children and protecting them. Now, I'm not going to take a position on the bathroom thing. I think there's been a lot of good suggestions on each side. I think the amount of money that's been put into this agenda could have been spent maybe having 3 bathrooms like they do in a Walmart, where you have like the family bathroom and then the boy and the girl bathroom. It's offensive to me that people who are not parents of my nieces and nephews are making decisions on whether or not a biological male is going to use a bathroom with those nieces and nephews. And I can guarantee you there's going to be consequences for that if any of them are molested. We're not worried about trans individuals who don't have any interest in male or female or whatever their sexuality is. I'm emotionally indifferent to that. I do not care. What I do care about is the individual rights of people who deserve their privacy, regardless of what their sexual orientation may be. And it's your responsibility to assure that you develop policies to protect everybody, whether that means spending money on 3 bathrooms or just saying boys and girls or having everybody take an x-ray of their pelvis and holding it up to the door they want to use. I don't care. Not my issue. But the important thing is your responsibility as leaders, whether you like it or not, is to identify issues that are disruptive to the learning environment of your students. It is your responsibility, the way that you've put this board agenda, to determine whether or not you want to consider this or not. If you have diabetes or high blood pressure or some other medical issue, you don't just ignore it. It doesn't go away. Your fingers and toes start falling off. You have to pick up this policy if this is the way you want to do it, and you have to be grown-ups and leaders, and you have to address it, whether it makes half the people in this room happy or unhappy. That's irrelevant to me. Do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. All right, we have time for one more public comment, and that comes from, I'm going to say Shayna White. Is that right? Or Sheena? Shayna, welcome.
Hi. I'm up here to encourage you to vote for a policy to protect biological boys and girls in their bathrooms and locker rooms. But if you choose to vote against that, we parents will be faced with some decisions to make. The first one is my husband and I will request that a teacher accompany my child into the bathroom if there is a boy or girl there who is biologically in the wrong restroom. Not because my child is actually endangered, but to utilize the tools that we are entitled to as taxpayers to make every child feel safe, heard, and catered to, including mine. I can imagine this request, such as this, made by several parents would stress the system even more so than it already is, and reveal how unreasonable and unfair it is to allow biological boys and girls in the opposite bathroom. Our other options would be to enroll our kids in private schools or charter schools or homeschool. Every choice has consequences, not only for the school district, but also for the parents. But we will do what is best for our family, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. All right, that concludes public comment tied to this line item. Again, Mrs. Hill, this is a line item that you requested to be placed onto an agenda, so I'll let you kick us off.
I appreciate the amount of people that showed up this evening to voice their concerns about this particular line item that I requested, and I am glad that we at least have the opportunity to vote to move forward to create policy on something I think is quite important. I'm going to read this. I had to put all my thoughts together so I can make sure I get them all out. But during my tenure on the Peoria Unified School Board, there has never been an issue more important to me than the one at hand tonight. Maybe it's because I'm the mother of a high school daughter. I understand we've had multiple instances at Liberty High School where a young man has been allowed to enter the girls' bathrooms based on his claim that he identifies as a female. The fact that the district has allowed these actions to continue unabated without establishing an accommodation or implementing appropriate consequences is both irresponsible and unfathomable. As leaders of this district, it is incumbent upon us to implement a policy that upholds common decency and respects the right to privacy that both our girls and boys are entitled to when using campus restrooms, locker rooms, and any other private facility at our schools. Tonight, we have a choice. We can begin the process of establishing a written policy to address this issue, or we can do nothing and by default establish a de facto policy that allows young men to enter the girls' restrooms whenever they so desire. I believe we can develop a policy that accommodates the needs of all concerned. But what this board does tonight will tell our community a lot about the PUSD leadership. I pray we can retain their trust by voting to establish a simple, practical solution that will in fact protect our students. You know, this is a very big issue, and I know it's also been brought up that we could be sued. And you're right, it's very possible. And I'd like to let you know that I did a little digging. I had Ms. Contra do a little digging for me. And the general public may not be aware, but we get sued all the time. All the time. Just since January, I've been served, a board has been served 3 times. And in the last year, 10 times. 10 times we've been sued for various things. Big things, little things, you name it. I'm willing to go to bat for our kids. I'm willing to be sued for it. I'm willing to go the extra mile. I am willing to go to bat. So this is something that is important for our district to take a stake in. And this is our moment. If we open this door, it's gonna swing completely open. We'll never be able to close it. So I implore our board to think very carefully about how you vote tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Ho. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
I have to agree with Mrs. Hill. And dealing with this for months of hearing concerns from parents, hearing concerns from the girls in this district, the fact that nobody was aware that this was going on besides the district. The board didn't know that this was going on. The parents had no clue. When your child comes home to you and tells you that there's a boy in their bathroom, that is shocking. That's gut-wrenching as a parent to hear that and to not know what is going on. So for me, it's very disappointing that this has been going on. Parents were not made aware of it. I think every parent in this district has a right to know what we are doing with their kids each day. And I think that we need to move forward with this policy. You talk about, I know there was a lot of sides brought up, but when you have concerns of girls uncomfortable in the bathroom, or they have maybe a history of sexual trauma to them, and that's going to reopen that trauma if they see a biological boy in their bathroom. And I understand that those kids think that they identify that way, but those girls don't see them that way. And that's not wrong of them to feel uncomfortable or to think that way. That's not wrong. That's their natural instinct. And by telling them, if you're uncomfortable, go to another bathroom. That's been said to parents. If your daughter's uncomfortable, go to another bathroom. You're basically telling them that your natural instincts of being uncomfortable in a situation like that is wrong. And that's not okay to teach our girls. And, you know, this is about the boys too. Not every boy is going to be, you know, rowdy or whatever. There's young boys in this district. We have young students. Those boys should not be shown those kind of things in the bathroom. They're developing. Each age group is developing. So even the boys should not have biological girls in their bathroom. We're talking about children. This was for the entire district, kindergarten through 12th grade, that this has been going on as just a practice. That's not okay for parents to know what is going on with the 6-year-olds, kindergarten. How are parents supposed to trust us if we're not being open and honest? So I am fully supportive of this tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. Okay, so first thing I want to say is that, you know, both Ms. Rooks and I and many individuals, staff member, attended the safety conference. And at the safety conference, they handed out the U.S. Secret Service analysis of plots against schools. What is the national threat? We spent 2 days in a conference talking about safety with FBI there, Phoenix Police, former superintendents, a father who his son, very sadly, passed away from a school shooting down in Florida. Not one of those members and anyone at the conference in any of those breakout sessions mentioned that individuals who identify as transgender are a serious threat or harm to our child. Not a single one. And this comes from the National Threat Assessment Center. Did 20 years of research, 20 years of research on all the things. You can find it online. 20 years of research on all the things that are a possible threat or harm to our children. That has not been mentioned. If you look at our incidence reports in Peoria and the narrative that has been set about assaults in the bathroom, it has not come as the result of a transgender identified student. There is not a single incident that has happened. And if you look at the nationwide data, that does not show it as well. So I know that's very difficult to hear. That does not take away our students' concerns. It does not take away our families' concerns. It does not take away that. However, as a board member, we need to be making sure that we are making decisions that are data-driven decisions. So I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
So there have been many complaints by students vis-a-vis their parents, a small percentage, about the discomfort that they feel using the bathroom in the same space as an individual who identifies as transgender and in using the bathroom of their identified gender. Peoria does have the value every student every day, which means that even if it's one student complaining, or I don't want to say complaining, but one student having a very big concern, it's still very important that we address that. They are still of value. We hear them, we see them, we are listening. One thing I want to make note, as I've been visiting every campus, and I confirmed this with Dr. Reynolds, that every campus, and I'm not sure that all parents are aware of this, but every campus has a single-use bathroom that is available at all times, as long as the school's open, to students. There is a single-use bathroom. And I also want to let you guys know, too, that as I've been out visiting the campuses, I have not had, on all of our campuses that I've been on, I have not had one administrator, staff member, student approach me and ask for this policy. I have not had anyone ask for the policy. I'm not done yet. So when we're thinking about these decisions as a board, we have to consider, what does the data say? And what current solution do we have in place? Do we have processes or procedures? I know folks mentioned discipline And we do. At all of our schools, we have procedures and processes in place that address it's not poor behavior, but that address inappropriate behavior with regards to the bathroom. Now, it may be appropriate for, if it's not readily listed out there, it may be appropriate for those schools to post that, how that happens and what is that process. But we do have a process in place as we look towards solutions on how to manage the things that are happening in our bathrooms. I know that our safety group, and looking forward to the what's being suggested to be on the bond, is to have cameras outside of our bathrooms to help with a lot of the issues that have been having, and that is a safety concern. And actually, that type of thing would take care of a lot of the safety concerns that are listed as a threat, a true threat, by the National Threat of Safety Center. Now, I know that you all, or possibly all of you, have, or possibly some of you, saw the presentation that our lawyer gave on how it applies to the law. And anytime a board is considering adopting a policy, it reads that the policies of the board are framed and intended to be interpreted within the context of applicable laws and regulations. So one of the things that we have to consider, is if there is a direction to give the district, if there is a direction given to the district to draft a policy, the board potentially receives, if the board potentially receives advice from the lawyer that such policy violates law, then there is a possibility both the district and the board and individual board members can be held liable for any damages an individual or entity might file in a lawsuit. Further, a governing school board has limited jurisdiction. Yes, bathrooms are part of our jurisdiction, but it's limited jurisdiction as defined by the law. The board does not have the authority to overrule the legislature and the Supreme Court. Our actions by such policy that is being considered would be overruled by those authorities above us because the legislature has not created a statute. All of this would be at the cost of the district, which means that this case could go to the Supreme Court and that this district and your taxpayer money would have to go towards all of that and defending.
Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from outbursts. Thank you.
So these are all questions that our board members have to consider. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewan. Mrs. Ricks, you had something?
Yes, thank you. So I know Mrs. Ewing brought up a couple of key points, and I guess Supreme Court, I'm all in. My girls' safety is more important. Brought up safety cameras through the bond. There's safety grants out there that we could be applying for as a district to put the cameras in right now instead of waiting to see if the bond even passes. And then we have, you spoke of cases, or there's no cases out there. And there's two things that popped into my mind. We just had a recent school shooting in Tennessee. Everybody knows about it. That's number one. Number two, London County. Everybody knows what happened in London County. So is that what we're going to wait for? We're going to wait for London County and put our girls through that. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to be held liable for that to be Peoria Unified London County.
I actually have another comment as well.
Okay.
There was a comment made by Mrs. Ewing with regard to every student every day. And you're absolutely right. We have to look at every student every day. What about the girls? What about the girls? They are part of that equation. They outnumber by great mass the one person that's violating this. We don't want to see, this being diminished down to nothing. This is a big thing, and I think every child does have worth, and the numbers speak for themselves. We would not have problems with rape and molestation, as I mentioned in the past, and groping and voyeurism if the boys are not in the girls' restrooms. I don't want to wait for the day that a male teacher or staff member decides that he identifies himself as a 16-year-old girl and enters a girls' restroom. We would be able to allow that. We'd be able to allow that with our policy not in action. That means we allow it. That means we allow it. So you laugh about that. You think it's funny. I think it's not funny at all. I see that as a scenario that I'm quite concerned about. I'm in this for our kids. That's why I got on the school board. I'm in it for the kids. I took my kid out of public school many years ago, and I homeschooled her for a reason, because I thought the public entity is broken. I got into the public arena to try to fix the brokenness that's in our schools. This breaks my heart. This breaks my heart. We shouldn't have girls worrying about, where am I going to use the restroom? This is ridiculous that we're dealing with this. This is basic biology. It's had nothing to do with feelings, has nothing to do with hate. It's biology. That's it. That's it. I just implore the board to please use some common sense. Let's protect our girls. Let's protect our students. And if we need to go to the Supreme Court, God help us, let's do it. That's what we need to do, and I'm sure it's going to end up there.
Thank you, Ms. Hill and fellow board members. Dr. Davidson, question for you. So there's been a lot of comment, whether it's public comment or coming from the behind the dais here around, I'm going to use the word transparency, but just really our families, our parents really having a clear understanding of our processes as it relates to, boys going to girls' restrooms and girls going into boys' restrooms. So here's my question. A question. There is disciplinary repercussions if a boy is caught going into a girl's restroom or a girl is caught going into a boy's restroom.
The response to that, President Sandoval, is yes, there are consequences for students that abuse that type of situation as you've just discussed.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, I don't think it's too much of an ask. How deep, this clarity goes, on a website or well, let me ask you this. In any handbook or on our website, does it show the disciplinary repercussion for what we just talked about?
Just speaking off the top of my head, sir, I'd like to further examine our handbooks as well as the discipline matrix to specifically come back and address the use of restrooms. I'm not sure we're that detailed, but certainly we'll come back to that.
Okay. Yeah, because again, I don't think it's too much of an ask. If we do have at least a overarching process, for that infraction, if you will, to have that posted so our parents, our families, have a clear understanding, of what that looks like. Before I go on, I do want to say, really at all of our board meetings, there's no doubt there are a lot of emotions, without question. And one thing that I will always live by is you can never tell somebody how they feel, right? That said, during COVID, so this is 2 boards ago, and I was on this board at that time. In 2019, December of 2019, the board voted to go into the 2020 winter semester in a hybrid model, right? And that decision was unanimous, right? All of us, yes, that makes sense. You know, we did all of our research. We, spoke to all stakeholders, students, teachers, staff, et cetera. And it was a very objective and informed decision. But where I'm headed is, when we talk about our mantra of every student, every day, that resulted in really the district taking a stance on understanding that we are a very large district. So we serve 37,000 plus students. We have over 4,000 employees, 42 sites, right? And each individual and each site has a story, without question. So going into that, that 2020 winter semester, we took on an approach of, an informed approach, I should say, of, allowing sites, not allowing sites, based on data, science, what we're seeing as a district. We had Ms. Ari, you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a very robust team, right, that assessed the data to determine whether or not a site, right, needed to go, into a virtual setting or mass, et cetera. So, and Dr. Davidson, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, what I was just talking about, the repercussions for, a boy going into a girl's restroom or a girl going into a boy's restroom. I mean, I think there's an overarching standard, but, we've also what I do enjoy about the district, and the reason I told the story about COVID is, with everybody and every site being a little bit different, within this particular process, we allow our sites to have those conversations with families and students and community and staff to make decisions on how they meet students where they're at, right? I mean, that's kind of what takes place today, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, if, we are seeing students who, are of a particular group, or whether it be the LGBTQ community, or are having, challenges, if you will, we wrap those services around those individuals. We make sure that we're also implementing, from a facilities perspective, solutions there to make sure that not only those, the students who may be struggling a little bit, but also students who, like I said, we can never tell someone how they feel, and, and even, making sure that we're talking to those students who, may be feeling different, about the situation. So we can make a very informed and a really global solution to ensure that everybody is accommodated. So that said, and when we talked about facilities, and it's obviously a long-term solution would be that. I mean, how do we pass a bond and make sure that as we build new facilities, we build facilities in a way that adapts to the shifting needs of our student population, while realizing the resources to uplift our existing sites to also, adapt to the shifting needs of our student population. I'll say this, the way this line item reads, for me, when we talk about every student every day, it absolutely does really press or puts people against people, and that's something that I absolutely cannot support. Now, I can support us, conversations around solution in our facilities, but, when we talk about every student every day and making sure that all of our students have an equitable opportunity to be successful, this policy definitely alienates, a part of our student population. So this is something that I wouldn't be able to support. Now, that said, I am not at all saying that, our women, our girls are not important. Not at all. No, what I'm saying is.
Point of order. Thank you. I just can't hear all of the comments that are being made by the board. And in order for us to have discussion. I need to be able to hear what all board members say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So what I'm saying is a solution that impacts, all of our students on a daily basis, make sure that is informed, that everybody's voice is included, right? This policy doesn't do that.
Well, wait a minute, though. Okay, so if everyone's voice is heard, what about the girls' voice? I keep coming back to that. They greatly outnumber the small fraction of the trans kids or the kids that are posing as something that they're not to get into spaces they shouldn't be in. So what about the girls? They still have rights. They still have personal, private rights. And the accommodations issue, we are going to make accommodations. We're not telling them they can't use restrooms. We're not telling them anything like that. We're saying they can use the nurse's restroom. They can use the administration restroom. They can use their designated biological restroom. I'm not saying, and we're not saying we are not going to make accommodations. We're actually making more accommodations, more. Because usually there's just boys and girls. We're giving a third option. And that can go across the board. So if there's a girl that feels uncomfortable using the women's restroom, she can use that. She should be able to, for whatever reason, bullying, whatever it is. Same goes towards trans students, boys that feel uncomfortable in the restrooms. We're giving that third option. We are definitely making accommodations. We are not going to just say it's black and white.
No, thank you for that. And I guess what I'm saying is, and after my conversation with Dr. Davidson, we're already doing that, right? As a district. As a district, we're already talking to our female students, to our families and parents, to make those accommodations based on the situation at a particular site. So that has already taken place. So if the ask is, for us to just make sure that, what we're currently doing is on our website, it is posted so parents clearly understand what is taking place, absolutely. Sir, I appreciate the emotion, but our public comment is as
Unbelievable that
ended.
you're going to accommodate 0.1% rather than side with.
So I'd like to.
No, sir.
I'd like to just add a comment, just Mrs. Hill and actually the rest of the board is, and I don't know that I mentioned this, but let me know if I did. When I was out at sites, and there was a couple of ones that I talked to about, or somehow it came up about how they, when they've had interactions with families who have a student who is transgender, one of the things that they told me is that majority of the time, and actually Dr. Reynolds confirmed this, majority of that time, and I think a lot of folks have already said this, is they don't feel comfortable, that individual does not feel comfortable in either bathroom, right? So the school, 99% of the time, is providing an accommodation, is already, so it's not happening rampantly, it's already providing accommodation for that student, and they're doing other things to make sure that that student feels safe at schools. So they're doing it in a way that's very private, that it doesn't have to be exposed to the rest of the student class as well. However, what this policy is being asked to do, so we do that, and I know that's how you would prefer that it all be happening, is that way. However, if we make a policy that is now says that they must do this, and we mandate that exclusion from them, we are now that student no longer, we're violating that student's right. So this is the challenge. We have that every student every day.
So we're
how do we
catering
not
to
violate
the 1%? But then
I'm sorry.
We're catering to the 1% then, is what I'm saying. You are right. We have to value, you're saying everyone's opinion, and you're absolutely right. But then we're putting that one person above everyone else. And I have been to the schools, and I have talked with the parents, I've talked with the kids. I have talked with Liberty kids who are crying, who are begging me to set policy to protect them. That's my job. That's our job.
So
is to
then the question becomes, the question before the board becomes, do we make a policy that jeopardizes the rights of one person or however many?
This is
'Cause
all
actually,
about biology.
Well,
I'll bring it always
no,
back to that.
and
It
I'm
is.
asking that question.
I don't care about the feelings. I don't care how they identify. This is a biological issue. It's biology. I don't care. I have no hate towards them. I don't dislike them in any way, but this is biology. It
Ladies and
comes down
gentlemen.
to the biology only. So that's really what this all comes down to. Take out your science book and look it up. You know, that's it. This has just gotten so ludicrous to me that we have to get it down to this level. But this is a science biology level issue. You don't put biological boys in the safe private space with biological girls. You just don't. You don't put them in locker rooms. You don't put them in restrooms. And you don't intermix the sports because boys are designed very differently. And they will always be girls. You just don't do it. You just don't do it. Girls are losing leverage everywhere. You're a woman. I'm pleading with you. Support women. Support us. Support our group. Support our gender. We've worked so hard to get where we are. I'm always shocked when women don't support their own. Support us. Support us.
So President Sandoval,
Yeah,
sorry.
real quick.
I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to ask a question to Dr. Davidson. So that's just, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
I was
and
ready
President
to raise
Sandoval.
my hand like I was in class.
No, and I was
Sorry.
trying to do the same thing. I was
Okay,
just,
we read each other.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the board of the actual agenda item tonight, and I appreciate the conversation, but really we need to stick to whether or not how you want to direct us to either create or not create policy. So I just ask you to please revisit that as part of the conversation.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So, I mean, did you have a question?
Yes, I
Go ahead.
did. Dr. Davidson, sorry. I did have a question because I know a parent spoke about it earlier, and I've seen the email around, public record email, of it was an email from one of our district employees to our principals of our high schools. And in the email, it had, I guess, instructions from the district attorney on coaching the principals on what to do in this situation. It referenced that if, like what you were talking about, accommodation. So if a transgender student, you sitting down with that family and they want an accommodation, they can, they decide they want to use the nurse's bathroom. And then it gave an option below that email. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't read it, but I remember it. It had that if the student wanted to use the bathroom they identify with, and there were parents or students that were upset with that basically they're right, that whatever they were upset with was just kind of like, you're going to have to coach and how to talk to the parents to basically kind of just push those feelings aside. So like, I guess that's what I'm wondering is like, what have we, not even we, because the board was left out of this, but the district, what have they been doing when those situations arise? That's what we need to know, because we have heard from parents, we've heard from students, I've heard from even employees that if there is a situation where the student doesn't want to use the nurse's bathroom, what happens to those other parents and students who are opposed to it? And then also, I know, Ms. Ewing, you mentioned a lot of parents didn't want the policy, but why didn't we tell the parents, all the parents of the district? Just picking a few to let them know, I just think that if we're Peoria unified, we should be telling all the parents of what the district was doing. And for me, honestly, I think that that was wrong because the board didn't know And this was even before I came on the board. This has been an ongoing thing, and I don't think it's right to leave the board out of this decision. We are leaders, we were elected, so we need to take that responsibility. So I guess that's kind of my question is, I know I rambled, but I guess I was trying to get the point across. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Rooks. And with respect to the agenda item, again, I think we need to focus on creation of policy or not, but I will just share with our families and those in the audience and so forth, we work alongside all of our students for a variety of things, whether it's restroom use, health accommodations, access to the general curriculum. So please note that whatever you did read, and I'm sorry I don't have that in front of me either, it is about supporting our students and families to get the student what they need to be successful. So I just want to highlight that, and certainly we can revisit that email, but that's what I have right now.
Oop, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Dr. Davis, for that response. Yeah, again, I mean, for me, I mean, when we take a look at this decision, and I promise I'll stay centered around the policy here, is just, I mean, obviously it's deeply rooted in, you know, our mantra, right? And deeply rooted in, you know, from an equity and inclusion perspective, which includes all of our students, you know, whether they're female athletes, LGBTQ, you know, lower socioeconomic, McKinney-Vento or foster kids, you know, all of our students, males, females, et cetera, right? So all that said, I just, from my standpoint, knowing, and obviously I visit a lot of sites on a weekly basis, and understanding that each site, you know, definitely has a solution and does include all voices at the table when they make these decisions. I just don't think we need a policy for something that we're already doing. So that said, if there aren't any further questions or comments, I do need a motion to direct the administration to prepare the first draft of a facility use policy for PUSD student bathrooms and locker rooms.
Let's see, I guess I would like to motion to prepare the first draft of a facility use policy for PUSD student bathroom and locker rooms.
I will second.
Ms. Concho, I have a motion made by Mrs. Hill and a second by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, please cast your votes.
President Sandoval.
Yep.
I just need a moment to type that the motion in, excuse me. And Mrs. Hill, could I ask you to repeat that so that I can get it accurately?
Yes, I was just kind of reading it, but let's see here. I would like to move to prepare the first draft of a facility use policy for PUSD student bathrooms and locker rooms.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill.
All right, board members, please cast your votes. And motion fails with 3 nays and 2 yays. Thank you, board members. All right. All right, we'll now move on to 5.1, public comment. Do you need pause? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause for about 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our board meeting. Moving on to Section 5, public comment. Request to adjust the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. I believe we have everybody in here is the same individuals that were in here earlier, so I'm not going to read the public rules of conduct again. That said, we'll spend 30 minutes on public comment, 3 minutes per individual. If everybody's ready, we'll start with Mr. Micah Dyer.
Thank you, Governing Board. And tonight, as I speak again, I just wanted to point out some positive things that are going on. I go to Ironwood High School, and our motto is that it's just better here. And I think that is most definitely so true. It's just better here to be in our district and definitely at Ironwood. And so I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for our amazing teachers and staff and administration. I know Teacher Appreciation is coming up. It's Library Appreciation this week. We just had Administration Appreciation this past day. And so I just want to recognize that the students recognize that these individuals are working tirelessly day in and day out, and they're providing us with an exceptional education, a safe and nurturing environment that we're learning and growing in. And I think as students, a lot of the time we take for granted the incredible work that is going on behind the scenes to make our schools function seamlessly. It's easy to forget the countless hours that our teachers are spending planning and preparing lessons, grading our papers, and providing valuable feedback to help improve us academically. And it's also easy to overlook the commitment of our support staff and administrators who keep our school running like a well-oiled machine, because that's definitely what Ironwood is. But today I also want to take a moment to acknowledge my deep appreciation for all of our teachers and staff and admin that do everything for us. To our teachers, thank you for your tireless efforts to engage us in the learning process and inspire us each and every day. Thank you for being patient with us when we struggle, and for challenging us and pushing ourselves further. And to our support staff, thank you for the work that you do to keep our school clean, safe, and organized. You're the unsung heroes of our school, that's for sure, and we cannot function without your hard work and dedication. And to our admin, thank you for your leadership in creating a positive school culture that fosters academic excellence and personal growth. Your guidance and support are invaluable to us as we navigate the challenges of high school and prepare for our futures. And I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to the work that you do, the work that everyone at the district does, but especially Ironwood. Your commitment to our education and well-being is truly remarkable. And I know at these board meetings, we always have a big population of Ironwood staff here. And it really shows to us how they care about us as students, because we definitely feel that at Ironwood. I'm not going to mention her name, but there's definitely an amazing geometry teacher there at Ironwood who provides me with lots of support. And she's an amazing person. And so just as we're recognizing and ending this year and recognizing our teachers, I wanted to be heard that students see that, they see the hard work, and we appreciate all of them. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. All right, next public comment comes from Ms. Jody Brackett.
As it was said earlier that there's most danger to our students is shootings. And in that case, I don't know why, then we are hiring social workers and not SROs. Again, the failure. Thank you to Mayor Beck. Apparently he has emailed the district and that he is stepping up and putting officers for schools in his budget. Thank you, Mayor Beck. And when it comes to paying and voting to get officers, we demand officers to be placed in our schools and district. Get this done, which doesn't look like that probably won't get it either. You say safety, 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 then why don't you show it? Because you're not showing it, safety, safety, safety. So I guess I have time, so I will read what Mr. Beck has said. As a mayor, I believe in the first priority of our city is to ensure that the kids, teachers, and staff of the Peoria Unified School District not only feel safe, but are safe while in and around schools and associated facilities. Likewise, parents and loved ones should be able to have peace of mind that this is always the case. With this in mind, there should be nothing more important than in our city's budget than providing for the protection of our kids, teachers, and staff while allowing them to have a great educational experience and positive work environment. Reasonable deterrence that can keep armed and dangerous people from our schools must be pursued. I strongly believe that the presence of an on-duty professional police officer, not a social worker, that's what I would say, or school resource officer can be effective deterrent and capable line of defense against a potential attacker. Again, let's get this SROs on schools, not hiring social workers, because I see that that's what you guys are doing, is hiring social workers, not SROs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brackett. Next public comment comes from Trevor Garner.
Yeah, board, thank you for having me here today. Yeah, just one thing, as you guys mentioned earlier, kind of seeing Peoria talent come from high school, build its way up, and then come back. Gary Kane, as you all probably already know, has been a big influence in PUSD. He's invited me back here today to talk about my just history and general appreciation for the school itself, the teachers involved, and everyone else who's been able to support me through my way up and put me into the position I am in today. A large shout out goes out to all the PUSD staff in particular, but there's a few people. I'll mention one specifically. She's retiring this year. Her name is Mrs. Denton from Centennial High School. She's a great, fantastic individual and educator, and she has particularly guided me throughout my life to be in the position I am in today. So I just wanted to highlight her, as well as, there's a whole host of other individuals who've guided me, and I think it's important to focus on that each one of these teachers here and all the teachers back home are here to help support every student along the way, which is, I think, really nice, and it's good to see results from it, right? It's really just an investment that you are making into the children every single day when you make policies up here and when teachers go to school every single day. So I think it's kind of cool for them to see someone come back and highlight that their investment of their time, their money, and their energy has been very positive on somebody's life. And I know that there's most definitely more students like me out there. As Dr. Reynolds usually does the appreciation in the beginning, and as you guys did the awards today, there's most definitely good students who are being recognized. But there's a plethora more out there who are doing great things in the community. I happen to know many of them. A lot of them are also getting their PhDs. So not only are they influencing the world, just like all of us, but also academically becoming pioneers of innovation. So yeah, just wanted to bring that up. I know Kerry Kane's here today, so hopefully he'll get to say a good few words. But I just want to thank you, everyone, I think I met Dr. Sandoval a few years ago when I was actually here for some recognition as well. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. Obviously your heart matters. You do support the community, and you're all here to help bring everyone up and move forward. And your investment is really worth it. So yeah, thank you. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Next public comment comes from Ms. Suzanne Yee.
Good evening, President Sandoval and board. I'm also here to talk about, in 2 weeks will be National Teacher Appreciation Week. And I had a couple parents reach out to me and ask me to read some things that they said about their kids' teachers. The first one says, thank you to Miss Elizabeth Price, who teaches math at Sunrise Mountain. She took my son, a freshman who struggled with math the previous 8 years in school, to a new level where he gets to participate in honors geometry next year. Thank you for building his skills and seeing his potential. The next parent said, I would like to thank Coach Wood at Liberty High School for not only being a fantastic psychology teacher, but a mentor to his students. My daughter will be pursuing a degree at ASU in psychology because of the impact he has had on her. He always has time to answer her questions, have conversations about the issues facing his students now and in their future, and supportive of their endeavors. Thank you, Coach Wood, for having a positive impact on your students, both inside and outside the classroom. My next parent comment said, we do not live in the Peoria School District, but have chosen to come here because of the good reputation. My children have been in Peoria schools since 2011, with the exception of 1 year during the pandemic. My son is twice exceptional, meaning he's gifted, but also has additional needs. I am grateful to the staff of Apache for always doing their best to meet those needs. Thank you to Mr. Schoolcraft and Mrs. Jenkins, who have always responded to any concerns. Thank you to Ms. G and Mrs. Lyman for making his year online at Apache engaging. Thank you to Mrs. Rodriguez for helping him grow as a writer. Thanks to Mrs. Dennison for fostering both my children's love of math. Thanks to Mr. Payton for making my son excited about science and social studies and inspiring him to think about who he wants to be when he grows up. Thanks to the late Mrs. Webster, who in the short time she knew him, helped him gain the confidence to advocate for himself. Thanks to Ms. Smith and Ms. Kirk for their support of his needs. And thanks to Mrs. Carol Michael, you are still his favorite teacher and at the top of the list for my eldest too. And I'd like to say a quick thanks to my granddaughter's teachers at Vistanzi Elementary, Mrs. Joanna Hinderleiter and Mrs. Melanie Byro. They are amazing, as well as all the teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next public comment comes from Mr. Kerry Kane.
All right. Thank you, President Sandoval and members of the board. I was really hoping I could go first before Trevor Garner because he radically undersold himself, and I want to introduce him to you in this way. Trevor graduated from Centennial High School a few years ago. Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. And if you're a parent in this room, you should be looking at this young man and praying that he turns out like Trevor Garner. Because Trevor will not, thump his chest and talk about his accomplishments, but when he was a junior, he won the Zero Robotics competition at MIT. He had code running in space to complete that with an international team from Italy, right? As a junior. As a senior, he duplicated almost that feat. He became runner-up. So it was definitely not a fluke. I don't know how many people in this room can say they've had code running in space, but I can't. And then as a senior, he won the Future Business Leaders of America National Competition for Application Programming. National competition, right? Our school district and Centennial and Ironwood, everyone, and I've said this before, has the state level best Future Business Leaders of America program. You'll see them in a little bit. They've had 32 people, 32 students that are going to nationals this year. I've been a judge at those state level competitions for at least 10 years. I know how good this school district does at delivering upon their mission. So Trevor now is actually owning American Express, the smartest department at American Express, which is cyber analytics. His leader says that he's an essential part of that team after a year. He was an intern there. Trevor is doing phenomenally. This school district does a phenomenal job at delivering on their mission. I've sat here for the last several board meetings and I've listened to, I don't know how many hours of conversation about bathrooms. And I'm gonna say this with a sense of humor and you'll know what I mean. So last Friday night, I was trying to fight my own personal mission of cleaning out my garage because my wife passed away March 7th, like I told you. And I see this tweet come across my phone, and it had some strapping young lad's face on it. So when I finally found my reading glasses, I realized that was my face on that tweet, right? And I really have to wonder, that took me down a whole rabbit hole of, sexual habits of animals. I can't look a dolphin in the face again to save my life, but I truly wonder, what is our mission here? Our entire mission here. Every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. What happened to the last part of that mission?
Mr. Kane, I apologize, time's up, but thank you very much. Next public comment comes from Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the board. I'm here to talk about the fact that we just finished state testing. It's weeks and weeks and weeks of testing. I have to say, moving from the elementary to the high school, it is much different in our high school world when it comes to testing, but my son is still in elementary school, and I know that I remember the days of teaching elementary, and I don't think people really appreciate the fact that this interrupts the entire campus for a month. For a month, we lose our specials, we lose recess times, we lose lunch times. Our kids are stuck in front of computers and whatever, and it's stressful. My son couldn't sleep the first night, like before testing. He was stressing about it, even though I, as an educator, understand the very little value that that one data point has when we look at the whole big picture. But I don't think people realize how stressful it is for the staff during testing also, especially when this year we had rules like don't have, motivational posters up. Like that's not us, that's not how we operate. So I just appreciate all the elementary teachers especially who had to do all of that testing, because it is a tremendous job. It takes so much coordination, and it's just a lot of sacrifice of time. We talk about the things we're supposed to be doing in our classrooms, and really, none of us grew up in an environment with that much testing. And we test our kids so much more than we ever used to. And it's a single data point. And I know we celebrate our test scores, and ACT scores are going to start to roll in, and our AZ side tests are going to start to roll in. And I just thank you to everyone who really has to put up with a lot of testing. It's not what people think it is, and it disrupts the campus so much. I also want to say I really, sometimes I'm disheartened that so many people leave after such a controversial topic, because this district is so much bigger than that. And people really need to be here to listen to some of the other issues that we have. We have a massive issue with consensual sexual acts in our bathrooms, with vaping, with drug use, with fights that are happening in the bathrooms. And these things are happening. And, we would love to have security guards, and let's actually, let's talk to our legislators, our elected officials who were outside a little while ago. Let's get more funding for things like that. We need our sensors in the bathrooms for vape. Hi, it's my turn. Please don't interrupt. Let's talk about the truancy issues. The district just did a thing on vaping, and I attended that. It was on Teams. It was very informative. I actually run a club at school that talks about vaping and some other social issues. I wish that more people would get involved with all of the other things that are issues that we really do need to solve, because they are all very important to our district. And I wish more people would be more than a one issue concern. We have other things. We have so many great things, but we need to also talk about these other things. Let's work on our truancy issue. It's kind of a problem. It's really hard to get our students to succeed when they are missing a lot of school. But that's like parents. We need parents involved to help some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. Next public comment comes from Ms. Jenna Rain.
Hi, so I didn't initially intend to speak on this issue tonight. I got a bit confused about the schedule and did not put the correct section, but I figured I would talk about something else in this instance. So after this vote, which from what I understand, I could be wrong, was specifically to implement a discussion of a policy surrounding permitting transgender students to enter the women's restroom. So with that being said, my concern right now is that the conversations that have been happening about this issue have been ongoing for months. I go to these meetings consistently. I try to go to each one. And I think I can speak for everybody in this room when I say it's exhausting to keep talking about it when a solution is not made on either side. As a matter of fact, I think the best solution right now would be to meet in the middle on the issue. But what I'm trying to get at here is that I think it's of a disgrace to the community who clearly wants a solution on this to stop having to talk about something that does not directly have to do with academics at this meeting, when that's what we should be able to talk about, but we worry for our kids' safety outside of that. I'm a senior in high school. I'm 17 years old. I turn 18 in June. I used to be a PUSD student. My brother's a PUSD student. He has friends who are concerned about this. He has female friends who are concerned about this. We don't want to keep having to talk about it. And the problem is that I think this whole instance means that this district just lost the trust of the Peoria community for several reasons. And even in the sense of, even if you vote in favor of discussing this policy at the next meeting, if you vote no after the policy is discussed, that's fine. Please do it. I respect your opinion. I respect that you're willing to have that discussion. But at the end of the day, it needs to be talked about once and for all, or else every single meeting from here on out is going to be about that. Because we chose not to discuss it. We chose not to have that discussion. And then we can't be surprised that activists and concerned parents keep showing up at each meeting wanting to talk about this, because that's on you. Because you didn't vote to have a discussion about it, a once and for all discussion. So to Heather Brooks, to Rebecca Hill, I respect you and I thank you for wanting to have this discussion. Because you show that you're at least wanting to have that conversation so that we can stop talking about it and get onto academics, because I think I can speak for everybody in this room when I say we should be able to talk about academics. So to the two of you, I thank you so much for talking about this and being willing to have that conversation. To those who voted in opposition to it, even if you disagree, I'm asking you to talk about it once and for all, because if we do not, this room will not be about academics anymore, and you can't be surprised about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Next public comment comes from Ms. Tiffany Benson.
So, first, I want to renounce every blasphemous word that came from a vile secularist at the last board meeting. I say PUSD will be ground zero for putting prayer and Bible reading back in Arizona schools. I do have an agenda, and it's to snatch as many people from the pits of hell as possible. There's no such thing as separation of church and state. It's a myth pushed by immoral people who successfully silence believers that don't know their First Amendment right. Since that phrase doesn't appear anywhere in our founding documents, Clerk Rooks, please continue reading scripture during your board comments. But here's what I recommend is that you use stronger verses, such as Proverbs 24:20, which says, evil people have no future, their light will be put out. Or Isaiah 5:20, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. And this is what Peoria leaders are doing. It's the evil board members, evil teachers, evil administrators who give kids gynecology coloring sheets that lure them into conversations on sex and gender and coach them to hide things from their parents. It's weak men who are bringing society down, and weak females who are a traitor to our sex. So parents and guardians, if you can, please pull your kids out of PUSD. Do it before the 100th day of school. And this is how we can start to bankrupt this government-funded pedophile ring. If you can't pull your kids out, you need to darken every doorway, fill every board meeting, put appointments on every schedule, ring every phone, flood every email, alert every press organization and social media influencer until you run every Marxist-trained predator and their accomplices out of this district. Let this be the day that you stop sacrificing your kids on the altar of public education.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Next, we have time for a couple more public comments. In fact, we only have 2 left, so we'll go through these 2. Ms. Jennifer Jacobs is up next.
Hey, board members. I came today to remind you guys about your policies on COVID. I know the bathroom issue is the big thing now, but kids are still living with mental health issues that 3 of you were involved in causing. My son, I don't know if you remember me speaking in 2021. I have twin boys. They both attended Centennial High School. One of my twins was put in an inpatient hospital for mental health issues after one of his friends killed herself, after you guys sent kids home to do school online. He was back in a hospital 2 other times after that, moved to Liberty High School to get away from your social workers that kept bothering him at school, but I'll talk on that at 8.5. So I don't want you guys to forget, kids are still dealing with what you guys did. My son's still dealing with it. Thankfully, he had good parents to help him. He's on track to graduate this year, but I pulled him out of your schools. My other son graduated last year on time. Other kids that dropped out or were pushed out because they lost credits, they're still dealing with it. You guys shouldn't forget what you did. You made policy that lacked common sense, and you affected kids. They're still being affected. My twins had 1 year of normal high school out of their 4 years in PUSD. They were PUSD students. The day before their 3rd birthday, they started in your SPED program at Cotton Bowl and were sent over to Marshall Ranch the next year. So they spent their whole school career in PUSD until I pulled my son out of your schools. We also pulled my nieces out, so I'm helping homeschool them. And I'm an advocate for pulling kids out of your schools. The bathroom issue is just another reason. You guys keep kicking the can down the road. You guys are cowardly. Make a decision. I'm not asking you to make the decision I want, but make a decision. I stood up here in 2021 and asked you to make a decision then on COVID policies. You guys keep kicking the can down the road. And there's real consequences for kids. And they're lasting consequences. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Our final comment comes from Ms. Laura Tepason.
Good evening, President Sandoval, board members, and guests. Community Education 101, PUSD Strategic Plan. The Social Emotional Learning Program was developed along with its student support team. Locally is a team of school staff, principal, social worker, behavior consultant dedicated to supporting students who exhibit academic and behavioral problems by providing assistance and or connect them and their parents to appropriate intervention and support. The team provides support to students, teachers, and parents to reinforce academic achievement, to help eliminate barriers getting in the way of learning in classroom. PUSD used a multi-tiered support system. Tier 1, pro-prevention, provides a safe and respectful learning environment, sets the behavioral expectations in the classrooms, develops positive relationships with families. Curriculum and least conflict resolution skills, character education, bullying prevention, expectations, and norms found in your students' handbooks. Tier 2, intervention, identifies students with learning and behavior needs, offers intensive student support with family involvement and written consent, assists students with needs that impede learning. They support teachers in the classrooms, and their intervention services allow teachers to focus on teaching the math and English undisturbed when teacher redirection efforts are unsuccessful. They offer parent support and training. Tier 3, referral services, help students and families navigate through crises and connect them with outside resources. There is an overwhelming need for referral services, as many families are either on low income due to economy, have no clue what to do, as many say exactly so, feel hopeless, and appreciate the partnerships that school districts have with various organizations, and those organizations will provide the needed services. Statistics show increased numbers of services being provided and the need for services either by intervention or referral. So when there is an opportunity for a grant and district applies, it must provide evidence by compiling relevant, accurate data on services provided. For example, the school year POSD offered intervention services and or referral to fictitious numbers, 300 students with anxiety, 250 with depression, 100 ADD, 200 other behavior problems. PUSD and social workers did not and do not diagnose those students I just mentioned. The students' physicians did, and the parents provided that information to the school office at the beginning of the school year or later in the year. They are just mentioned as statistics showing that there is a population of students with learning disabilities. In conclusion, switching, I would like to second the lady with the hat there. That's exactly why we came. And again, going back to Title IX, I would like to congratulate her for being courageous to say that we asked for a dialogue. You to have a dialogue, to not actually to draft
Step
a
aside.
policy.
I apologize.
Thank you. And
Time's up.
Dr.
You're welcome.
Sorensen,
Thank you.
I would really, I would appreciate if you.
All right, that concludes this evening's public comment section. All right, we'll now go down to the item removed from consent. It is now 7.1, approval to add a cooperative contract, state contract CTR 063442, legal, classified, and web-based recruitment. Mrs. Rooks, you asked for this item to be pulled, so I'll refer to you on this.
Well, okay, legal. Let me see. I'm showing up on my screen. I don't think that's. Yeah, that was my mistake. I wanted 6.6, so it was the legal services. I was reading the word legal, and that one had legal next to it too. So we can just move forward then with that.
Okay, so with that said, we do need an approval to add cooperative contract, state contract CTR 063442, legal, classified, and web-based recruitment.
I will motion, that's what you need, is a motion, right?
Yeah, motion,
You need
sorry.
I will motion to add, we're adding it back, right?
We're just approving the line item because it
Okay.
was pulled.
I will make a motion to approve to add cooperative contract, state contract CTR 063442, legal, classified, and web-based recruitment.
I will second.
It's contrary, I have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. All right, moving on to, let's see here. Section 8 action items, 8.1, approval of rehire list for the issuance of contracts for social workers for the 2023-2024 school year. Ms. Fesley, we do have public comment tied to this, so we'll allow the district to present, go through public comment, and then board members' questions and comments.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
President Sandoval, members of the board, tonight I am bringing forth the rehire list for 22 social workers. The Peoria Unified School District currently had 22 social workers, positions that were funded through either the fiscal year 2023 School Safety Program Expansion Continuation or the fiscal 2022 School Safety Program ESSER grants. Those two grants are coming to a close at the end of this year. On April 13th, Peoria Unified School District was notified by the Arizona Department of Education that these grants and these positions would be approved again. Our original certified staff rehire list came to the board on March 9th, and at that time we were unable to bring this group of certified individuals because the Arizona Department of Ed was in a review process for the continuation of these grants. This agenda item allows you, the governing board, to consider and approve the issuance of contracts for social workers that were approved in these school safety grants. So at this time, I ask that you approve the rehire list and the issuance of contracts for social workers for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Fesley. All right, as stated, we do have public comment tied to this. We have a pretty good stack. So once again, we'll spend 30 minutes on public comment, 3 minutes per individual. And the first public comment comes from Ms. Jody Brockett, tied to this line item.
I have a concern, the approval for the social worker contract, and I would like to know what their responsibilities will be. I think we should know as the community and parents. And I did find the grant, and I think that parents should be aware and be nervous of what's about to come down the pipeline. Ms. Travis, I'm going to read the grant. Ms. Travis, as a social worker, makes mandatory reporting calls weekly to DCS or the Peoria Glendale Police Department to report abuse and neglect while comforting the student and providing the student with resources to remain safe until the police or DCS gets involved. She has a wall of pamphlets with resources ready to hand both to students, teachers, parents, and friends that are concerned about someone in an unsafe environment. Ms. Travis meets often with students using opioids like heroin and prescription medications, cocaine, meth, hallucinogens, stimulants and depressants, Xanax. Shouldn't this problem be seeing a doctor that if they need real help? That's a serious issue, and I don't see why there should be a social worker on campus should be out seeking help outside the school, not inside the school. That's dangerous. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like that's going to be working with the individuals that need the help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brackett. Next public comment comes from Carrie Kane. Apologize, you kind of wrote your last name a little bit differently.
Terrible. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
So let me finish a little bit about the rest of my conversation, which does apply to this topic. Trevor stepped away from his job at American Express this afternoon to go help the FBLA teachers at Centennial prepare for the National. So he's now spent his entire evening and his entire afternoon away from work. He's going to go home and resume that work. And that is my point about we are taking far too much time away from our mission. Again, what is our mission? Every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow, right? You said that very eloquently. The entire mission, the entire mission. So I'm going to take you back to this morning. I had the distinct privilege to give a very special nurse at Chandler Regional Hospital an award called the Daisy Extraordinary Nurses Award. So anyone that's a nurse will understand the importance of that award. And it was based on a write-up about how that nurse did such a phenomenal job of caring for my wife who had lung cancer in the last week of her life. And as I was there, there was another nurse, and by the way, that whole process reminds me about MET, because to me, MET is preparing the next generation of DAISY Award winners, right? And CTE, et cetera. That's what this school district does. We're not talking about that enough, right? So there was another nurse that was there who was applying the morphine to my wife as she was losing her ability to breathe. That was her biggest fear. She was suffocating. And this nurse happened to be 26 years old, the same age as my older son that was in the same room. And I asked this nurse, what did you do to prepare yourself for this hospice situation, which this wasn't a hospice unit? What did you do to prepare yourself for that job? And she said something that I thought was extraordinary, which was, this hospital does a great job at teaching and reminding us about our mission. And what was that mission? Do no harm. Do no harm. That's a really, really powerful mission. But if you think about each word of that mission, you lose the context. Think harm, do, no. You lose the context. We're losing the context of our mission. If we have a different mission, then let's state that different mission, and I may leave, because I left my last job because my company, this mission of the company, was no longer my personal mission. So remind yourselves of the mission, and my point on this topic is make a decision and move. We've heard enough about this topic. I love school resource officers, but they are special. They require training. We've heard it. Make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kane, for your time. Next public comment comes from Wendy Rose.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wendy, and since we mentioned Teachers Week and some other professional weeks that are coming up, I wanted to mention the National School Nurse Day is on May the 10th. And I say that because I formerly was a school nurse here in Peoria Unified School District, and nobody's ever seemed to remember National School Nurse Day. So now everyone knows. I'm interested in learning more about the social work grant. I haven't been able to find a lot of information about it. I haven't really been able to find the details. I know she read an excerpt. I haven't had the same luck finding information. I worked for the district during the 2018-19 school year. I worked additional years, but I'm pointing out this year. I believe I participated in the introduction of this grant to the district. As a school nurse, I distinctly remember those first 2 precious days before students returned on Wednesday, that Monday, Tuesday. All of a sudden, there was a mandate that I had to spend 8 hours of those 2 days attending a session called Trauma-Informed Care. And we were told we were the nurses, and we were the first ones to begin to receive this information. So anyway, I attended 8 hours of that course, a very valuable 8 hours that could have been spent preparing my school and my health office, nonetheless. Throughout the rest of the year, I also attended other mandatory meetings. Now, I could not find a sub to save my life if I wanted to take a PTO day, but let me tell you, this district made sure my health office was covered so I could attend these mandatory meetings, which I attended. And they consisted of a lot of circle talk. I don't really know what was accomplished. There was a lot of what if, imagination. I remember at one, we were like drawing pictures on paper. I don't know. Anyway, there wasn't any concrete, nothing concrete came out of them. To be honest, I'm not sure if there were any accomplishments. I left my position in 2019. So now I hear that we have 22 social workers. So allegedly this program that I think that I was starting to hear the beginning of has grown. And I would guess that's due to the worsening mental health crisis affecting our youth, which makes me wonder, did this work? If it got worse and we needed to add more, did this foundation year even have purpose? Did anything work? To be honest, I'm sorry. At any rate, I'm not familiar with the role of a social worker in providing mental health services. That was fast.
Ms. Rose, yes, I apologize. Time's up. Thank you for your time. All right, next public comment comes from Ms. Jennifer Jacobs.
Hello again. I'm asking for no more additional social workers in school, and that probably sounds a little backwards, seeing as how my son had severe mental issues during COVID that are still lasting. He went back to Centennial after he got out of his first hospitalization, and Ms. Travis continued to check on him on a regular weekly basis when all my son wanted to do was go back to school and not be called out of class to be reminded about the issues that he was trying to work through. It's not the school's business to get into the mental health issues my son was having. I didn't ask for that. That's a medical issue. That's an issue for his parents. And ultimately, he left Centennial because even during COVID, when he was home, Ms. Travis would want to schedule weekly meetings with him. She was made well aware that he was getting 2 times a week counseling with his family, even though I wasn't required to share his personal medical business with her. So he tried to avoid her and left the high school where his twin brother continued on at to try to get away from that. Schools are for educating. There is a worsening mental health crisis, but there's treatment that's available, and it doesn't belong at school. Ms. Travis in the beginning referred me to resources, and I think that's the extent of treatment. The whole child model is a flawed model, and it's butting into areas where schools don't belong. And that's coming from a parent that has a son with pretty bad mental issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. All right, next public comment comes from Mr. Yakon. Yakov, sorry, the V looked like, is it, ends with a V?
Yakov, yes.
Yakov, I apologize.
Sorry, I was texting my kids. They're wondering which board members voted against the bathroom policy, vomit face, so you're on your own on that one. So on the part of social workers, being the son of a social worker, I know the importance and the value that social work brings to people, individuals that need therapy, that need different types of therapy, professional therapy. And so I was learning more about what is this grant, the 22 social workers that we want to renew their public safety grant through the Department of Education, and why we need 22 of them. I was wondering how many other professionals that we have on staff here in Peoria Unified, and I was surprised to learn that we have 42 clinical psychologists on payroll. So it's a lot, and rivaling the staff over at the UPC Center in downtown Phoenix. So that's pretty amazing for me. On top of that, you want 22 or more social workers, on top of the behavioral health interventionists that are on campus, on top of the interns that we've recently allowed to be on campus, on top of the licensed counselors that are on campus. What happened to the triage on campus, work with the family and the parents to refer out for professional services? Why are we wanting to take all this non-mission critical items in-house? Is PUSD prepared to take on HIPAA and all the other regulations that come with it? Why are we inviting that into the district when we have professionals, plenty of them right now, that we can work with families and parents and work with other types of organizations mentioned in the grant, New Leaf, Mind 24/7, New Start, all these things that are that the district is saying that they're going to partner with, but yet we still need 22 additional social workers in lieu of school resource officers. I still see that we have not acted on my suggestion to replace these officers with social workers. Why not? I see, Ms. Ewing, you were very quick to usher the officer to silence the woman in the front row. Why didn't you have a social worker pull alongside her and find out why she can't be quiet? So I think that the 22 additional social workers right now, it's not the time. And we need to go back to the model of behavioral health interventionists and the professionals that we currently have intervening on campus, working with the families, and referring out for services. And on top of that, I was surprised to learn that these people who will be funded through state government funds are now turning around and billing medical codes every 15 minutes they spend working on a student. Why are they double dipping? That just seems incestuous. Like, why are we paying for state workers to bill the state for work they're already doing? To me, it seems like you guys want to make the money. So,
Thank you, Mr. Yagov. All right, we have time for a couple more public comments tied to this line item. Next public comment comes from Just Mia. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Miss Corrine Haynes.
President Sandoval and board members, my name is Corrine Haynes, and I attended a few weeks ago a study session here at the district in which there were two social workers who, I think, to alleviate some of our concerns about what exactly does a social worker do, and do we need them? Do they interfere sometimes with parents' rights and what should be the parent's job? And so I think to alleviate our concerns, they gave this example that if a boy came to them and he was having problems at home with his brother, they would teach him or guide him how to handle that brother and how to approach his mother. And I'm sitting there going, I don't like that. You know, I don't want a social worker dealing with something like that that's actually a home issue that I wouldn't be aware of and dealing with it myself. I thought, well, maybe I'm overreacting, so I go home and I run it by my daughter, and she had the same reaction. And so I do have a concern how these social workers are being trained and what they really do on campuses. There could be a real need, but I am concerned, as you really hear throughout the nation, you know, some of the things that are happening to our kids in schools today. So one of the things we were assured that social emotional learning wouldn't be occurring, hopefully in our district. At least I was under that assumption. So I went through some of the grants and the applications. Here's a particular grant that says the school social worker will be utilized to assist in the implementation of school-wide SEL, social and emotional learning program objective. By the end of the school year 23-24, all K-8 classrooms will implement the school-wide SEL program. The school social worker will be trained in the school-wide SEL curriculum. The school social worker will work with classroom teachers to develop and teach SEL lessons based on school-wide SEL curriculum. Well, of course, you can imagine my concern. And when you see what's happening in California, Colorado, where they're actually turning our schools into health clinics and totally going away from doing our whole purpose, which is to teach our kids to read, write, and do arithmetic. And I'm concerned that we're wasting these grants on social workers when we need SROs. And the fact that the grants don't, if I'm understanding it correctly, pay the entire salary of these social workers, that we're taking money also from our classroom site fund to supplement what the grant pays. I don't want social workers, I want more teachers, good teachers in our school district. So I would really look at these grants and
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
make sure
Time's
we
up.
know what the social workers are
Your
doing.
time. Thank you. All right, final comment tied to this line item comes from Ms. Amy Sousa. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to this final public comment from Ms. Trina Berg.
Third time's a charm. Good evening again, President Sandoval. So a couple of things. Sometimes not knowing how things work can cause misconceptions. Let me just address the certified school psychologist that we have as someone who has special ed background. We have a board member who should also understand that like our certified school psychs are federally mandated because they are the only ones who are allowed to look at the test results and actually identify a student as special ed and in what categories. They are the only person who's qualified to do that. They also only service very specific populations of students. They are not open to the whole general population. Another thing is the people who are billing the state for Medicaid in public schools, what we call MIPS money. Those are our occupational therapists, our speech therapists. Those are special ed categories that we are allowed to bill for services. And yes, our social workers do get classroom site funds because our legislature, when they reauthorized Prop 301, it became classroom site funds. They are included in that long list of people who are actually qualified for that. So that was our legislature's doing because that used to be just certified teachers. I 100% want our social workers reauthorized. It is unfair and it is a flat out misstatement. I'm not going to call it a lie. It is a misstatement for someone to have posted on social media that this was an agenda item to approve a social worker at every single campus. You all know that we have over 22 campuses. So this is definitely not putting a social worker at every campus. The fact that my students can come to me and say, hey, can I go see my counselor or can I go see the social worker? Yes, they should be able to make that decision because I know we focus on academics, but it's like people have forgotten that you are unable to learn if you are in an emotional heightened situation. If there is something going on that is causing your emotions to interfere with learning, they're not learning anyways. And you keep saying, and people have keep saying, teachers are not trained to do this, and you are absolutely right, we are not. So we have the ability to have trained people to help us with our students. This, as Ms. Steppesen said, they do not diagnose our students. They are not there like diagnosing, providing medications. They're not doing any of those things. And please, let's stop calling social emotional learning something negative because the fact that like teaching two kids who are having an issue with each other, how to deal with each other and get past whatever the animosity is, that is literally social emotional learning. And yes, teaching kids other strategies other than what maybe they have been taught before, you don't have just one way of dealing with something. You have learned throughout your life from many different people. And the social worker just provides that. So I 100% hope that you vote yes to approve a continuation of our social workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. All right, that concludes public comment tied to this line item, especially. Welcome back. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Yes, I actually feel as if we're overloaded on the social workers. I don't think that we're getting the results that we really need from them. I would rather have SROs. As I mentioned before, I don't think the problems that we're having in our schools and even in our homes have anything to do with what the social workers can fix. I just don't. It's a much bigger problem than that. You know, so I just don't think that I just don't think that this is a good utilization of our funds. I just don't. And if there is an overreach here with them, you know, actually providing medical services, if that's, as I've actually have heard that that's happening, that's completely inappropriate. That is not what we do. That is not the services that we should be providing. But once again, I circle back to, I would rather have SROs. I think that they can actually provide safety as far as the, you know, well-being of each child. That should come from the home. There's other things going on. I think they should go with psychologists outside of the school. I don't think that's our job. I kind of don't. So I want to pull away from social workers. We do have counselors. I think that's plenty. That's kind of my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. I just want to remind my fellow board members that this line item is to approve the rehire list for the issuance of contracts with social workers. I know we want to give rationales tied to our thoughts, which is fine, but let's not I just cautious getting too far away from the subject. So thank you again. Dr. Sorensen, questions, comments?
The FTE title of positions does not determine value. I've worked with poor social workers. I've worked with strong social workers. I've worked with weaker SROs. I work with strong SROs, poor teachers, strong teachers. We need SROs and social workers. We need as many resources that we can utilize. And one of my favorite things from our mayor, who is trying to give us more SRO resources, and I look forward to him following through on that, is he said, do not pit these servants against each other, because we need both, because they both serve a function. And if our people, our social workers, are not working with parents or doing things outside of their job responsibilities, they should be held accountable just like every other employee we have in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Yep. Mrs. Rooks.
Well, President Sandoval, I know you mentioned to stay in the scope, but I tried to get the applications on the agenda with the social workers contract, because I think it's important to know the positions that we are being asked to approve, what they're actually doing. And all of that information is in the applications, which I did my due diligence as a board member to read through every single one and what they are doing. And it's taking the role of the parent. If a child is experiencing anxiety, depression, they are on drug addiction, that is something that the teacher, the adult on campus, principal, should be emailing the parents and having the parents go and see an actual provider who can provide a treatment plan. We are a school district. The social workers, 22 that we have here, reading through it, I mean, we don't even have on here how much they're going to be making. It's just contract, that's it. We don't have any information. We're just supposed to trust that. And I know that one of the schools, a social worker had 7 years of experience, and we are asking for a salary through the grant for $57,000 salary. So I need to understand the roles that they are doing, because reading through these, it really seems like it is taking on the responsibility of providing mental health treatment on campus and interfering with that. If there is outside providers in our community, which there is, because we've listed them, we have partnerships with them, those kids should be seeing those providers, especially if it's so severe that we're talking about. Those kids need real treatment, real help outside of the school. Taking on that responsibility, we're putting ourselves at liability if we do something wrong, messing up that child's treatment plan. I think that is dangerous territory, taking on that role, because again, social workers, you think that they're supposed to be, reporting out if a child is in danger. I understand that. But what we're talking about in here is they're taking on that role of mental health treatment instead of taking the child to a doctor, psychologist, psychiatrist. And I know we had the study session on the social workers, but this information was not there at the study session. And I know it was mentioned by a fellow board member that the schools toured, the social workers, you know, the way that it was presented was that instead of a child going out of class to an appointment to see a provider, now it can just be on campus with the social worker. That, to me, is very scary, because if we're talking very severe mental health treatment that they need help, we should be looking at what organizations, what providers continue those partnerships to refer out to get them the real help that they need. And taking that on with this, I think that is dangerous territory. We're putting then all the other kids on the campus at risk, because when you're in a medical situation, which mental health is medical, it's a medical term, you have to have it in a safe environment, a controlled environment, and you're putting it around all the other kids at the campus. So for me, I don't support this. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. So I'm going to stick to the line item, but I am going to respond to the comment about a board member, because that was me who made the comment that a student was pulled out of the classroom, or they could be pulled out of the classroom. And I just want to let you all know we have different tiers of services, tier 1, 2, and 3. And I was referring to a tier 3 service that we have on campus, which is an outside organization, and that that student could be able to, instead of going out to another location, they could actually do their tier 3 service on campus. So anyway, just wanted to comment on that. So one of the things that folks, I support this. Our school students and families need social workers. We need them. When I was at the safety conference, one of the important key takeaways was the importance of time in responding to a crisis. So just like when our students face physical potential targeted violence, SROs are really important to have them there. We need to have them on campus as far as for that time and being able to respond as quickly as possible. And how this relates to social workers is that it's the same thing. If there is a suicidal student on campus, you don't have time for this multidisciplinary team to get to campus. And if you've ever sat with an actively suicidal person, you know how important that is. I've sat with somebody, I know the process, I know the team that it requires to get them to a safe place. I know that social workers are also, they are not the problem, they are the solution, and we should not be attacking and blaming these professionals who are doing their best to support our most vulnerable, high-needs students and families. And I do want to make it very clear that at that study session, it was directly asked, are our social workers doing any sort of work that doesn't get parent approval? And the answer was no. We always get parent approval before any kind of services are provided. So I support this issue. Thank you.
President Sandoval, if I may. Reading through again the grants, because again, it's important to know what's written. I did see that the high school level social workers, through the grant, it says that they created a QR code to be put on flyers that were handed out to students, and students could access the QR code to self-refer themselves to the social worker. So I have no idea, well, what is that code? Do parents get access to that code? That's all it says in the grant. So, okay, I'm
Ladies and
talking.
gentlemen, please. Thank you.
I'm saying that this information is like, it's not on here. So again, that's just what's written in the grant. And obviously, we've already heard that that process was not followed. So I think that if we are going to be doing this, I won't support it. But again, you're going to mess up another student's mental health treatment plan with their outside provider if somebody is overstepping, and you just don't mix the two. You don't mix medical with school. You just, I mean, and it says in here, it has medical phrases, coping skills, coping strategies. It's medical terms. So
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Thank you, fellow board members. I'll be very quick. It's, I mean, I'll piggyback on what Dr. Swarton said. I met with a group of our SROs. I've always stated that our SRO program is top-notch. It's one that can be modeled across other districts. They are so focused on the R and that acronym, which is the resources. They're absolutely part of the village. And I agree. I mean, their collaboration with our social workers just make us even more effective in ensuring that we meet students where they're at. I mean, we're a very, very large district. I mean, we serve over 37,000 students. We have 42 sites. We're the fourth largest district in our state. And each student, each site, again, I said it earlier, has a story. I mean, we have our McKinney-Ventus students, you know, which are our homeless students, and our foster students, and students who experience trauma. And those students aren't specific to any particular area of our district. I mean, that happens across the entire district. So again, the SROs the social workers are absolutely an integral component to ensuring that our students are in the right mindset to learn and be successful throughout our district. And again, they're part of the village that ensures that all of our students are given that equitable opportunity to be successful in Peoria Unified. So that said, no further questions, comments? I do need approval of the rehire list for the issuance of contracts for social workers for the 2023-2024 school year. And let me rephrase, I need a motion to approve the rehire list for the issuance of contracts for social workers for the 2023-2024 school year.
I will motion for the approval of the rehire list for the issuance of contracts for the social workers in the 2023-2024 school year.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 nays. Thank you, board members. Okay, moving on to discussion items. We have one this evening, 9.1, the fiscal year 2024 budget development update and compensation recommendations. We do have a public comment tied to the slide item, so Ms. Myers, we'll hear from you and get to public comment and then get into board members' questions and comments. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information related to the fiscal year 2024 expenditure budget, and in particular tonight, staff compensation. Tonight's presentation is for discussion purposes only. You'll recall the board has asked for 2 meetings to receive information regarding budget development and in particular compensation. And so tonight we are providing an overview for you regarding the process and considerations, priorities, as well as progress to date and compensation recommendations for fiscal year 2024. Administration will be asking the governing board to take action on these recommendations at the next board meeting, which will be on May 11th. And I also will note that the full expenditure budget, including capital recommendations and expenditures, will be part of our proposed expenditure budget, which will be presented June 22nd, 2023. So again, here's the overview, and moving on, I'm going to briefly highlight budget priorities and progress in recent years that lead up to these recommendations. You've seen this slide before, and in fact, it's related to our governing board and a goal that was approved back in January of 2020 by our board at the time regarding our budget, and in particular, highlighting several areas that include employee compensation, instructional resources, and facility utilization, as well as input that the district should have a phased approach related to compensation outcomes for teachers and staff in the district based on available funding. The budget and compensation work that we have completed in recent years has had a focus on beginning teacher salaries, classified employee compensation, and compression. The annual budget development process started in October this year with department and school budget requests. In addition, new fiscal year funding projections for budget development have been finalized for evaluation, including fixed and variable costs, as well as new budget priorities. We've shared in the past that we have an employee stakeholder group that works with administration to provide input on our annual budget development and compensation for district employees. And this budget team is a work group with representation from all of our employee groups throughout the district, including employee association members. The budget team is not a committee of the governing board. It is a group of over 30 employees who are brought together to provide input on compensation increase recommendations, stipends, positions, staffing modifications, and reclassifications, as well as our benefit renewal each year. The budget team this year has met 9 times. We began meeting in December, and we had our most recent meeting just on Monday of this week. The meetings are facilitated by Mrs. Vesley and myself, and all final budget recommendations are also brought to administration and then ultimately to our governing board for evaluation and input, as well as ultimately approval. I'll spend just a couple of minutes looking back the progress. It's important to remind our employees and community of work that's been done to date in the area of compensation. It's important to look at years overall versus just 1 year to have a true picture of work that we've done. And this has been in part available, if you will, due to increased funding from the state in recent years, which is very important. And I will note that in fiscal year 2022, we were able to not only offer an increase to the base, but it was phased based on longevity to address compression. Last year, compensation increases, you'll recall, were approved in 2 parts. There was an original recommendation in May where the board took action, and then there was additional funding that was approved by the legislature in June, where the budget team reconvened and we brought back additional recommendations for that new funding. And the reason why I highlight that is you'll see later on in our presentation an increase related to our certified teacher salary schedule has contributed to some banded compression. But the resulting additional compensation last summer we brought forward, and the board took action to approve an additional raise to the base, as well as for classified staff an hourly increase. And again, our budget team was instrumental in that work. Other districts, I will note, are addressing some of that new funding at this time, where Peoria Unified immediately acted on the available new dollars to provide compensation increases to our employees. And so with that, there's base support funding that's either from M&O or a grant, and then also classroom site fund, the portion of eligible staff annual salary that's funded through that additional funding source from the state. Here's a summary of the percentage increases in recent years from classroom site fund. We'll be talking about recommendations in that area tonight. I've shared progress for several budget cycles that demonstrate the work of the budget team. Some of that work over the last 2 years is highlighted on this slide and the next. And of course, last fiscal year, there was a continued priority, you'll recall, on recruiting and retention. You'll see we met several times starting in the fall addressing transportation and bus driver compensation, using some of our ESSER dollars. We had retention stipends that were approved, et cetera. So I'm just looking back where we've been and then where will we be going with the recommendations for this year. On this third slide, that summer work, you'll see what we were able to do again last summer. Here's the highlight, beginning teacher salary schedule increase to $48,000. That was a priority review because this salary schedule increase did contribute to some banded compression for employees that had been with the district from 4 to 20 years. And so we'll have a recommendation in that area shortly. So ongoing budget priorities, it's a starting point for the budget team's work every single year, including input not only from our budget team, but from employees across the district that we hear from during our employee chats, as well as administration's research looking at other districts and employers who are our competition when it comes to attracting and retaining staff. Priorities this year, I've mentioned it already, included both banded compression as well as long-term compression, return to work retirees, stipends, ongoing salary increases to the base, the minimum wage impacts for classified staff, and work that needed to be done with our classified hourly placement schedule, transportation, bus driver compensation, performance and merit pay, as well as school counselor compensation and salary schedules. So with that, there are several considerations as we begin our budget development each fiscal year. And here's the slide. It's no longer the two scales. I've just got a table showing those external and internal factors that are reviewed when we evaluate compensation and our budget as a whole. And those factors include incremental funding increases from the state. We receive all of our funding from the state of Arizona for maintenance and operations and capital, as well as other considerations, including student enrollment levels. We are funded based on enrollment, new state funding levels, minimum wage increase requirements, health and employer paid benefits, utilities, contracted service costs, and fuel costs. The fiscal year 2024 budget has been calculated and projected at this point in time based on what we believe will be a projected 2% increase for inflation funding to the base support level. I'm in touch regularly with other districts and input from our school finance communities. That's what districts are planning on. We don't expect funding similar to last year where there was an additional infusion late in the legislative session. Budget development also includes the continuation of full district additional assistance, also known as capital. You'll recall for many years districts were significantly cut, and only in recent years has that been fully restored, although not increased for inflation, just restored to the level that it should be at, as well as the district's 13% M&O override, which provides approximately $31.8 million of funding each year. This slide summarizes the new funding that the district is working with. You will recall, and you'll see a $2.7 million amount. You'll recall last summer, $3.7 million of the new $15.2 million of additional funding that was approved late in the legislative session was uncommitted by the budget team. We set it aside at that point. At this time now, $2.7 million of that funding is being brought into our M&O budget pro forma for consideration. With that addition, we have just over $7.1 million of new M&O funding for compensation priorities and other M&O expenditures. Over the last couple of months, administration has brought to date a couple of recommendations to the governing board for approval. The first was a $500 retention stipend for eligible employees, and the governing board did approve that recommendation from the budget team and administration on March 9th. And then secondly, it was our medical benefit insurance renewal. Just at the last meeting, there was a presentation and the board took action to approve our renewal and associated cost increase on April 13th. Tonight, administration will be bringing forward additional recommendations from the budget team for discussion as well as potential action and approval at the May 11th governing board meeting. So the first recommendation that we're bringing forward to share this evening is related to base compensation. The budget team and administration are recommending an increase to the base ranging from 3 to 3.5%, depending on the employee's years of service with the district. This was important to the budget team because by basing the increase to the base in accordance with years of service, we're able to address some of that long-term compression where some of our veteran employees had pay freezes and didn't receive raises for periods of time. So hence, with available funding, depending on the years of service, the raise will be either 3%, 3.25%, 3.5%. For all employee groups, there are some caveats per policy. The employee had to be with the district for over half the year, and some other considerations noted. On the slide, the estimated cost, and this is the M&O portion, grants and other non-M&O funding sources will also pick up this raise in their expenditures as well, but the M&O piece is $5,419,814. The next recommendation is related to Classroom Site Fund. You will recall, and we've heard this before, that there was an expansion of Classroom Site Fund that was approved by the legislature in 2021, and actually a state law where Classroom Site Fund dollars are available for certified teachers, Function 1000, as well as support staff, student service support staff, who are coded to Function 2100. I will highlight the coding from an account code perspective, be it a certified teacher, Function 1000, or student support service staff, 2100, is provided by the state and the Auditor General's office. All public school districts are required to use a uniform chart of accounts, and so that guidance is what highlights which position would be available. And so that expansion was approved by our governing board to use Classroom Site Fund for the eligible 2,100 employees effective for fiscal year 2023. What was unique with Peoria Unified is we did not limit the new Classroom Site funding to certified staff in the newly eligible areas. We expanded for Function 2100 exempt staff, but also classified hourly staff. Not many districts did that. Our budget team and administration felt those available dollars, if permissible for the expanded staff population, that they should be eligible. So the classified staff that are part of this are highlighted on the slide. You saw this last August, but just as a reminder, these employees have a portion of their annual salary or the equivalent of an hourly rate from Classroom Site Fund, and they're also eligible for performance pay. The Joint Legislative Budget Committee has released their projection and estimate for Classroom Site Fund for next year. The estimated amount per weighted student count is $758, which is an increase of $50 or 7% from fiscal year 2023, where the amount was $708. We are projecting the $758 per weighted student amount to add $2.1 million to what we are projecting to be a $30 million budget. So therefore, it would be closer to 32.1 in Classroom Site Fund. We also have a carry forward from prior years, and we're going to be utilizing Classroom Site Fund to achieve a number of goals with these recommendations. Starting first, the budget team is recommending, and administration is bringing forward, that there be a continuation of the optional certified teacher, classroom teacher workday at the beginning of the school year. That's been in place for a number of years. The cost of that continuation is $607,641. In addition, there's a recommendation for a 10% increase to the base pay salary amount paid from Classroom Site Fund. It's important to note that's a percentage, an amount. It is not the full salary. The change would result in an average increase of $510.23 a year to a teacher or other exempt staff who is already receiving Classroom Site Fund dollars. So the new estimated Classroom Site Fund base level for compensation would increase to $5,612 for those eligible employees. And the cost of this 10% increase is estimated to be $3.4 million. Administration has also previously shared over the last few years with the governing board when we've proposed our budget or compensation that in 2019 there was a change here in Peoria Unified when we did a review related to employees who were in Prop 301 at the time. This specifically related to Function 2100 and Function 2200 certified positions. The district previously moved these employees back in 2019 into M&O for their classroom site fund portion of compensation. This was prior to the expansion of classroom site fund a couple of years later. The employees who were moved were not impacted. They continued to receive their compensation that was previously in classroom site fund as well as performance pay, but it was then moved into M&O, and the estimated cost each year to the district's M&O budget ranges from $738,000 to $850,000. This review in the past and movement again was prior to the expansion of classroom site fund, and the expansion of classroom site fund this year we're projecting to cost $3.4 million, and that will then carry into fiscal year 2024 with a 10% increase. I mentioned banded compression. Classroom site fund is a mechanism that we can use to address banded compression for certified teachers and other eligible staff who are eligible for classroom site fund dollars. So I mentioned earlier that increasing the certified employee salary schedule to $48,000 created some banded compression, and you can see it here on this slide. This particular slide highlights certified teachers, and you'll note we have a population of newer teachers as well as veterans. But in particular, when that salary schedule increased and employees who were below that minimum salary were brought up, you can see that there were some groupings where some of our longer-term employees suddenly were closer to the salary range of a newer hire to the district. And of course, we still have the years of service or of experience that can increase the salary, but in a nutshell, you'll see there were some groupings from years 4 to 20 in that lowest salary column, and then the medium column as well. So the budget team looked at these groupings and has made some recommendations using classroom site fund as a mechanism to address the banded compression. And with that, the budget team and administration is recommending an increase in an amount ranging from $1,250 to $2,000 to the classroom site fund portion of the salaries of employees who have worked for the district for 4 to 20 years to address banded compression. The increase will be after the 10% increase to the classroom site fund portion of the employee's annual compensation. And it's important to note this recommendation is for teachers function 1000 and exempt positions in function 2100. It does not include classified hourly. Classified hourly will be receiving the 3 to 3.5% raise, and the classroom site fund amount that was approved last year, and those eligible employees will also still have the ability to earn performance pay, but the classified hourly is not included in this. So I'm going to make that note. That's an important distinction. The estimated cost of utilizing classroom site fund to address that banded compression is $1,978,350. The budget team is also making a recommendation for an increase to performance pay from $2,800 to $3,500 for eligible positions that, and here's a key consideration, that previously received performance pay before the Function 2100 expansion. So that would be eligible teachers and positions who were receiving performance pay prior to July 1st, 2022. So that population of employees would have 3,500 as an opportunity to earn through performance pay. The rest would be at the 2,800 threshold. The $700 increase, again, would be in effect for next fiscal year with a total estimated cost of $1,448,370. I mentioned employees who received performance pay prior to July 1st, 2022, the employees who were moved out of classroom site fund in 2019. So prior to July 1st, 2022, certified teachers, and here's the list of the employees function 2100 and 2200 who would be eligible for the increase to 3,500. The budget team also looked at our counselors, and a lead counselor stipend was recommended by the team to administration. It would be a $10,000 stipend. The total cost, including benefits, would be $85,400 a year, as well as a recommendation to administration to move the counselors out of the certified teacher placement schedule to have their own salary schedule, which would bring up as a starting point the counselors to the new master degree level. So here on this slide is a summary of the recommendations that I have shared in the area of classroom site fund with a total cost of $6.9 million. The budget team also made recommendations regarding administrator budget merit pay, which is funded completely from M&O. The recommendation is to increase administrator merit and performance pay from the current amount of $2,080 to $2,500, with an estimated cost to M&O of $65,340. Various position requests and reclassifications were submitted to administration from departments and schools in the month of October into early November, and the following slides that I'm about to share highlight the requests that were approved by administration and the budget team. Various school level and department level requests were submitted and reviewed. The requests that made it through the process benefit both academic and district operations to support our students primarily, but also our employees. The new positions and reclassifications are estimated to cost $393,287. The minimum wage increases that the state and school districts and all employers have had to implement have been impactful over the years and remained a priority conversation with the budget team, as well as bus drivers and challenges we still have with retaining and recruiting bus drivers. In 2017, the voters approved Prop 206. And over the last 7 or so years, the minimum wage has increased from $8.05 to $13.85. You'll recall in December 2021, we looked at the impact of the minimum wage going up year over year with our classified hourly salary schedule, and it was actually causing grades to collapse, where over time suddenly 5, 6, 7 grades were all starting at the minimum wage, because each year in January, the minimum wage would increase because it's based on August year-over-year inflation. So the recommendation from the budget team is to address this concern. And we, back in December of 2021, put the spread back, if you will, that existed prior to Prop 206, and it lasted for 1 year. We put the spread back when the minimum wage went up to $12.80. It then increased to $13.85. You'll see that in the middle table, effective January 1st, 2023. You see that collapsing occurring again. So the budget team's recommending to put the spread back. So we'll have that in place, and then as we approach the January increase next year, we'll need to look at that again. So that's another recommendation that we have. And then bus drivers. We still have a significant challenge recruiting and retaining. It's a nationwide issue. It's not just a school district issue or a Peoria issue. But on the side, you'll see, and this is a recent comparison, where we fare, if you will, compared to our sister districts. And it's interesting because as a district makes a move and increases the hourly rate, other districts follow suit. And suddenly where you've had some progress, you lose that progress, and that extreme competition comes back into play. So you'll recall actually two years ago now, fall of 2021, Peoria Unified recommended that we increase our bus driver hourly compensation from what was $13 at the time to $17. But you can see on this prior slide, all of the surrounding districts have either surpassed that amount or they're very close. So we know that we need to be competitive. The budget team has recommended that $17 amount be increased now to $19 for the placement schedule, again, to assist the district to recruit and retain bus drivers. The majority of the increase will be offset by either attrition in that category of employee or absorbed by the M&O budget carry forward that we currently have. Return to work retirees and Kids Zone community preschool hourly employees were also addressed by the budget team. Currently, and for many years, Peoria Unified employees who retire from the district can work for ESI, which is one of our employee leasing vendors. They go out for 1 year to be able to work more than 20 hours a week for 20 weeks. There's a restriction when someone retires in the state retirement system that they can only work limited hours. So if they want to work full-time, they have to go to an employee leasing company. And so our current process has been they can go to the employee leasing company and be hired at 80% of their last salary that was in place when they left the district, less ACR. And then they work for that third party for a year. And then if they come back to Peoria Unified, they can be hired at 80% of their last Peoria Unified salary, less ACR. So the budget team looked at this in depth, and there has been direction from the governing board to look at this as well. And it is recommended that effective July 1st, 2023, retired employees going to work for either a third-party leasing vendor or returning to Peoria Unified can receive 90% of their last Peoria Unified salary, less ACR. Also, last summer, we shared, and you'll recall that we had funding through DES. Some of those federal COVID relief dollars not only came to the state and the Arizona Department of Ed and directly through ADE to school districts, but also DES, and they used those dollars to offer grants to child care entities to stabilize challenges with child care as the pandemic started to wind down. And that funding supported not only a $2,500 recruiting and retention stipend, but an increase to those eligible employees, Kids Zone employees, community preschool, to increase their compensation by $2 an hour. Those grant dollars are winding down effective June 30th, 2023, and the budget team is recommending a continuation of that $2 increase be supported by the Kids Zone and community preschool funds. They are community ed funded, meaning fee-based, but there's enough net position from having the grant in place where that can be absorbed, and then in the future, those programs will have to adjust their fees accordingly to anticipate minimum wage increases as well as to continue this competitive compensation. And then finally, other compensation recommendations, and they're listed on the slide, so I'll just highlight a few. This is a potpourri of recommendations that the budget team made over the last few meetings. They include the addition of a Spanish immersion stipend, movement of the certified extra duty pay, which has been $25 for many, many years, for after-school activities, curriculum writing, tutoring, etc., to move that from $25 to $35 an hour. Also to have movement with summer school classified rate of pay. Currently that's minimum wage, to increase that rate of pay for like positions for those classified employees to be the beginning rate of, or to be the employee's same position rate, I should say, or the beginning rate of pay for any work outside of the employee's current position. So not to have that demark of minimum wage. And then to increase the medical supervision of athletic games, rate of pay for our nurses and RNs and LPNs, for classified exempt, I should say, to be $35 an hour. Our classified employees in that area would still receive their hourly rate of pay. So I want to clarify, classified exempt only would go up to $35. And then an increase in rate of pay from $13.85 an hour to $15 an hour for both classified and certified auxiliary workers for athletic events, as well as our lifeguards, as well as athletic high school coaching schedule structural changes that have a minimal impact from a budget perspective. A lot of those positions are funded by tax credit. There is some M&O override funding, and auxiliary gate fee receipts also are a funding source. So now you see we've started with our $7.1 million projection, and through the course of the last several months, expenditures, variable and fixed, coupled with the recommendations that we are making tonight and have made to date, are identified on this slide. Some of our cost increases, which include water, custodial fuel that we're projecting, because there's some instability in the economy. We see some movement with inflation, but we expect this to be problematic for the next couple of years. Some of those increases we're recommending to take from indirect cost at this point. They may need to, once we have a better idea of an ongoing long-term impact, come into our budget development in the future. But for next year, you'll see where we have identified a non-M&O source to support those increases. And then lastly, ongoing priorities. Our ending point becomes the beginning point in the new year when we bring our budget team back and administration looks at priorities. I've listed some of those ongoing priorities on this slide. And then, of course, the reminder, the aggregate expenditure limit was overridden for this year, but it still exists and is a consideration for next year. So again, similar to what we shared when we proposed our budget for fiscal year 2023, we have mechanisms to address the AEL, but for all districts, this is a long-term issue that would require a permanent fix in the future. And so with that, that concludes the presentation. I will again remind our governing board that this is compensation only. Capital-related initiatives will be highlighted as we move into our budget proposal, including in the areas of safety and security. And you'll see in detail budget that we're going to be prioritizing in those areas. And so with that, Mrs. Vesley and I are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We do have one public comment tied to the slide item, and that it comes from Ms. Trina Burke.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board. I know this is not a voting item tonight. However, I'm hoping people understand that the Budget Committee is the closest thing to interest-based negotiations that this district has. This is really the one big thing where a bunch of different groups come together and we hash this out. What we discussed is embargoed. We are able to very openly speak our minds and have our opinions heard and be able to respond. We can bring things back. We can vote to table things. It is truly a democratic process. We take a vote on every single little thing that came forward tonight. So I know you are not voting tonight, but I hope you keep that in mind, that this is a true collaborative process. And while we don't always get what we want, it is majority rules. So this does not solve all of our problems. Obviously, we don't have enough money, but you can see we literally spent down to the penny. We have like $4,000 left. We took into consideration all kinds of things. And when it comes to the classroom site funds, we are fortunate that we have a very large carry forward. So right now is a good time to start using that carry forward for our classroom site funds. With our performance pay, we lag really far behind on our performance pay for other districts. Other districts are much, much higher than Peoria. We've not increased ours in a really long time. So now is a really great time to use these other mechanisms to increase our overall salary compensation. So I know you're not voting, but I just hope you keep these things in mind when we do vote on this in a few board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Berg. That said, board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Yeah, I guess I just had two questions, or, just wanted to get some clarification on page 48 with return to work retired employees. I just wanted to make sure and verify that I understand and that the public understands, exactly how this would work. Obviously, we are at the moment allowing 80% of their previous pay when they come back after they've been off for a year. My understanding, though, is, and I kind of call it double dipping, is they would have then already been receiving a pension. You can retire in the school district at age 50, possibly 55. So if you come back, you are receiving that pension from taxpayer dollars as well as getting, being able to pay, to being paid to work again. Is that correct?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Hill, members of the board, Arizona revised statute and Arizona law, let me say that again, Arizona's revised statutes and the Arizona retirement system, ASRS, sounds similar, this at 10 o'clock. They do allow a retired employee to return to work for either a non-public or a public employer. So statewide, irrespective, be it a school district, the community college district, state agency, if someone retires within the Arizona State Retirement System, they can work for a private employer and receive their pension, or a public employer. And that's not a district decision, that's a state-level state law decision.
Okay, and just so with that being said, but it's still true, though, that they're receiving pension as well, right?
That's
so,
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. So they're receiving pension, and we're giving them 80%, and we want to bump that to 90%. So I don't know. Because to me, I realize it's an Arizona law, but they're already getting a pension, and they're all, so I don't know. That's a little bit troublesome for me. And the other one that I wanted to ask you about was page 51 with additional recommendations. There was a mention of certified extra duty, the increase from 25 to 35 for after-school activities, curriculum writing, tutoring, et cetera. That's a massive increase. That's a massive increase. That's going on 50%. I mean, that's huge. That's a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out, I always go back to, I don't work for the government. I don't get increases like that. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. So generally speaking, people out in, that are not working for the government don't get increases like that. They might get, maybe a 2% raise, and they'd be happy to get it. So to go from $25 to $35 is just incredible amount of an increase. So I'm just questioning if that's really, I can understand it's increasing it, but going from 25 to 35 is a lot.
Thank you. President Sandoval, Mrs. Hill, members of the board, I will provide some perspective on the history regarding that $25, but if I may comment back on your initial question with the retirees, it's 90% less the ACR, which is almost 5%, so they would actually be seeing closer to 85% of that last salary. Also, the district would no longer have the requirement to pay the almost 12.5% ASRS employer contribution. So there is a savings there. And one of the challenges that we've had, be it with the teacher shortage and a severe shortage, frankly, in all of our areas, hiring qualified staff. It's in IMT, it's in our operations area, business services. To lose the availability, if there is a qualified individual to hire them, you would still have that budget impact hiring someone else in. So it has over the years benefited the district, and all districts at this time and for many years in the past have used this mechanism to ensure they're staffed. So going now to slide 51, and the $25 amount, that goes back, I want to say, well over 10 years, that dollar amount. Our average teacher salary is around $56,000, which would equate to roughly an average hourly rate of $37 an hour. So what this is simply doing is recognizing over time, as teacher annual salary compensation has increased, that hourly rate to ensure we have people who can tutor, do curriculum writing, and that type of work aren't actually taking a pay cut from their actual annual compensation and effective hourly rate. So that was the basis behind the recommendation.
And I guess with regard to that, how come we waited then, if that's true, and I understand that, I understand if we haven't had an increase in 10 years, why? So why are we not increasing for 10 years, and now we have to increase from 25 to 35? Why not? Has it just not been brought up to the board, or what's going on? I'm confused.
Thank you. President Sandoval, Mrs. Hill, members of the board. This has actually been a priority item for quite some time, and the slide I showed earlier in the presentation when I mentioned additional funding from the state, only in recent years has there truly been that increase, be it the inflation funding, Prop 123, that was approved by the voters in 2016, the initiative of the 20 by 2020 with Governor Ducey. So as that new funding has come in, we've looked at priorities. This has been a priority for several years. It's finally come up and has had action from the budget team.
Okay, I understand. It just would be nice if, like you say, 10 years ago, if we could have increased it $1 a year, You know what I mean? And people would then be receiving, each year they get $1 raise or something like that, rather than having to jump from $25 to $35, and all those people missed out on that increase for all those years. So it's just weird to me. I just think it's very strange to jump that much at once, and that's just not normal business practice. So if there's any way to fix that, for future reference, for budgetary reasons, I would highly recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen.
I'd just like to say a 55 slide presentation at 10 p.m. is very impressive, so I appreciate that. I absolutely support increasing teachers coming back on ESI because I know the pension they're collecting, every single paycheck educators get, they get money taken out to contribute to that pension. So that's money that they've put into the system that's been taken from them that I think they can get back because they put it in. And if teaching was so financially lucrative, I don't think we'd have the teacher shortage that we do. So I support those teachers. And if leaders of schools think it's worth it to hire back those teachers on ESI, then I'm going to support them, and I think they should be compensated as such. I was very happy to see the extra duty increase. I mean, I know districts that pay the daily rate for teachers, and that extracurricular activities after school, covering classes before school is critical to our kids. I'm excited to see what happens with the high school coaching structure changes, because our coaches literally get paid like 50 cents an hour. And it's incredibly important because we know that being involved absolutely equates to academic achievement. And the pay raises, I'm very happy with the work they've done, but I would just remind people that a pay raise of 3 to 3.5% when inflation is anywhere from 5 to 7% is actually a decrease. And I don't have the data of private industry, but there are plenty of people in private industry that I know they get pay raises higher than that and get bonuses much higher than that on a regular basis. So I don't have that data. But I do know anecdotally that that happens, so I'm happy to see educators get compensated. So thank you, and thank you to the budget team for their work.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen.
I hate to chime in, but I was going to echo what you said with the coaching staff in the athletics department. I have looked at their pay salary, and it's abysmal. And you do get what you pay for with coaches. So we want quality coaches and good quality teams. We do need to supplement them a little bit. Some of them don't even actually work as teachers or professionals for the school district. So I do agree with that. That one is low. That one's low.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen, Mrs. Rooks.
I know I've brought up a lot about the classroom site funds. And my comments with it is classroom site fund, even though the legislation added in all the extra positions, it was, it's not a requirement to do that. So it's mainly supposed to be for teacher compensation increases. And when I hear that we have teachers that are going to be leaving if they don't have a better pay, so that's my only comment there. I think that needs to, I don't agree with taking money from teacher compensation increases to give to the social workers. So, but I also then, looking through all of this, something to just keep in mind when you keep bringing stuff back to us is over the summer with the budget and everything, how many families are going to pull their kids out of this district and how much money we're going to lose.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for this in-depth proposal, or not proposal, but 55-page slideshow that you're providing to us. So thank you for that, and thank you for doing it at 10 o'clock at night, as Dr. Sorensen pointed out. I'm in support of all of this. It's kind of a legislature question, but it's related to this. I know that the legislature is talking about doing that increase in pay, the $10,000 increase in pay, and I don't know if that's and I don't believe that's passed. And so I didn't know, obviously, you don't want to consider something that's not passed, but I just didn't know if we have something built in for that.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board. Each year, we always add the caveat, the legislative session is still underway. We said that last May when we brought forward our initial recommendations, and late June, there was additional funding, and we immediately brought our budget team back. If there is something out of alignment with our projections, that's a result of the legislative session, and there's additional compensation opportunities, we would certainly reconvene the budget team and bring back additional recommendations. I also will share that we will be inviting budget team members to join us next time we have our board meeting, so we can recognize them, because they spent a lot of time meeting with Mrs. Vesely and me as we worked through this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yeah, as always, just, I mean, great detailed work to make sure that, you know, we fully understand all the elements and dynamics that go into planning a budget like this from a compensation perspective. You don't have to go back to the slide, but the ESI increase, I know that was something that I continue to push for, so I'm glad to see that, you know, we are moving, you know, in the upward directions. I know other districts, so there are some districts that actually, you know, currently provide 100% of their last salary, less ACR, right? But it's good to see that we're going in that direction. As I agree, I mean, it's having those teachers come back to the district, or stay in the district, I should say, you know, impacts many dynamics, you know, even mentoring our young teachers that come into the district, and just their institutional knowledge and their willingness to continue to lift up our youth is amazing. And then, you know, the pension, I mean, it's, you know, like you just stated, I mean, it's something that they pay into. It comes out of the check whether they like it or not, right? And, you know, for the majority of their life, the vast majority of their career, you know, it's, they've kind of gone, their compensation, teachers, educators' compensation, you know, have been less than the value that they add, right, to a district, to Peoria Unified in this case. So for them to realize that benefit, you know, in retirement, I think is the, you know, well-deserved, right? But, you know, again, that consideration going towards the direction of, you know, 100%, you know, of their last salary. Thank you, you know, for looking at that and making that consideration. So I appreciate that. There's a couple others that I have that I think might be tied to the classroom site fund. You know, when we take a look at, you know, our teachers, and this is more specific to, you know, our curriculum and instruction certified teachers, I guess my first question is, when you look at the classifications, I think it's 2,000, 2,100, I think, and they're classified, or their designation is 2,200, is that right? Which is not included in that classroom site fund. You know, as we take a look at, you know, well, first let me just say this. I mean, those individuals certified and you do have an impact as it relates to our student success and even our overall success or efficacy, you know, from a site perspective. And obviously they step in where needed to actually teach in the classroom and to fill those roles. But that said, I mean, if there's a way to look at, you know, other funding sources where, you know, those certified teachers can also be lifted up at that same level, whether it be, we just had Valley Schools present, was it last board meeting? You know, and, you know, I know there's, I'm going to call it a carryover. I know that's not the right term, but the monies that are, you know, the position that we're in with Valley Schools, those dollars that we're able to use for various needs, right? I know there are some restrictions, and I don't know if salary and compensation.
I think you're referring to net position.
That's
where
right.
There might be a net position available. Valley Schools holds back a certain percentage because that has to be available for claims and increases. We've had increases in recent years with our medical insurance, typically when we make recommendations in the area of compensation, it needs to be an ongoing funding source. So we wouldn't want to use a one-time funding source for base compensation increase. It can be used for a one-time stipend, something like that. But you'll recall a number of years ago, we used some of our Valley Schools net position. A lot of it was used for instructional resources and the ELA textbook adoption. So we track that with insurance groups. But there's always that thought, where's there an opportunity? Yes, our 2,200 employees are very important. The statute and the guidance to 2,100 is prescribed in that chart of accounts. So unfortunately, we don't have discretion. But your comment is duly noted, and I know the budget team has shared their appreciation for our 2,200 employees as well.
No, thank you for that. Same area, I'm assuming, so I'm just going to present it as a question. When we take a look at some of our administrative assistants, right, who also didn't fall within, I believe, the classroom site fund, is that right?
Secretaries do not, and that was a discussion point last year, and that was the basis where, when we had the additional funding, the employees who were classified hourly who benefited from the 2,100 function expansion, we ensured all of the other classified hourly and exempt staff also got $2. So everyone was treated equally in the end. And that's also another reason why with these recommendations, I was very careful to say exempt. We're keeping our classified hourly staff in an equal formation where they're all getting the 3 to 5% increase. But from a reclassification perspective, job descriptions, that's also an ongoing priority, looking at secretaries and different positions in our classified hourly category.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And again, thank you for the very diligent deck, as always. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No further questions, comments? All right. Ms. Myers, thank you. Ms. Fesley, thank you as well. All right, moving on to section 10, informational reports. 10.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Ari.
President Sandoval, members of the board, while we have many things happening in the spring, I just want to highlight Peoria Education Foundation, which you know works to support our school district in so many ways. They have their annual visionary dinner taking place tomorrow evening, and I just want to take a moment to highlight that event and also thank them for all they do for our students and staff.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think, I don't know if it's appropriate, I mean, we're on events, but I know we also have our Pride of Peoria on May 15th, if not mistaken.
President Sandoval, members of the board, yes, May 15th, we will recognize our Pride of Peoria and hope that our entire board is able to check their schedule and plan to join us to hand out those coveted awards.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, 10.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. I do not have a report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 10.3, budget, facilities, planning, and construction report. This report is on our website for you viewing it at your convenience. 10.4, district enrollment reports for the month of March 2023, also on our website. Other business, 11.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Ms. Hill, any items that you'd like to readdress this evening?
I would. With regard to the vote tonight to not set policy, it saddens me. It really breaks my heart. I think that our district is going down a very dark road morally. I think it's just wrong. I would advise parents to use their vouchers elsewhere. I don't endorse PUSD anymore. I can't. I would advise that parents take the ability at this time to take their vouchers, which have been given to them, and use them in private schools, use them on online, homeschool your kids, choose the curriculum, choose what happens with their livelihoods, what's going to happen with them in the future. Public education isn't going in the right direction. This is not what I want to see for our district. This saddens me. I'm just recommending parents take, and then teachers are leaving. And that's fine, that's fine. I have a right to speak my voice, and I have to respect, people have to respect what I say, and I also think that God is not blessing this district. He isn't. I don't know what more to say. I'm just very brokenhearted about this, but I can't endorse our district anymore. I can't.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Davidson, Ms. Sari, I apologize. So readdressing an agenda item that's been action already voted on.
President Sandoval,
Yep.
certainly the board members have a chance to readdress per this item. It's just the content didn't seem to go along with the actual item itself that was being addressed. So we were just wondering, point of order on that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, thank you. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Yep. Mrs. Rooks?
Nope.
Mrs. Ewing?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything either. 11.2, requests for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Hill?
This time, thank you.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
I do have a few
Okay.
that I want to request. So the first one I would like to request is for a future action item to have the board vote on May 11th to make the district email every parent in this district that the district will continue to allow transgender biological boys into girls' bathrooms for all grade levels K through 12. And I want the board to vote on that to see who stands for being transparent and telling the parents the truth.
I will second.
Ms. Contra, Dr. Davidson, I mean, is that clear on the ask?
President Sandoval, I did understand the request, and if I could repeat, Mrs. Rook's request was seconded by Mrs. Hill, correct? Thank you.
All right.
And then this can just be a Friday report, I guess. I wanted to know the technology that we use. Like I said, I toured the Real-Time Crime Center in Glendale. So I just want to know, I know Mr. Kevin Molino might know of the technology that we use, the price of it, and if there's an option to upgrade to a different technology piece to correlate with the technology pieces at Real-Time Crime Center in Glendale. So that's kind of just future agenda. Friday report.
Okay,
yes,
perfect.
Sorry, it's
Nope,
10:30 at night.
No worries.
And then the other one is,
Sorry, one sec.
Sorry.
Mr. Molino, are you pretty clear on that?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Rooks, just to clarify, in regards to the technology, you're talking about our video surveillance and camera systems.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right.
The other thing is I would like to request discussion for safety training over the summer for staff on ALICE training. I'm pretty sure Ryan Reese, our safety coordinator, is familiar, but I just would like to have that as an option. Not really an option. I think everybody should be trained on it in the district. Learning about that over the school safety summit. So I would like for staff to be trained in ALICE training over the summer before school year starts.
Before we go to that one.
Yes.
Ms. Contra, did we get a second on the security cameras and systems?
No, sir. Thank you. I was
It went so fast.
thinking
I
she
will
would
second.
finish. Do you want this?
It
You
went
want
so
the
quick.
second on the Friday report item for the surveillance equipment, correct?
That's right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I will second.
Perfect. Thank you. And then ALICE training, safety, security. Mr. Molino, any questions on what that entails? Or, to implement a training or integrate a training into the district, I'm sure there's a process. I want to make sure that we follow that. What would really be the next steps? It's just maybe presenting ALICE training to the board. I don't know.
President Sandoval, I will follow up first with a Friday report on ALICE training and what we're currently adopting, and then we can get guidance from the governing board at that time.
All right. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
that's definitely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir.
I will second.
And, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure Ms. Contra has, she caught up? All right, perfect.
Last one is I want a discussion item on restorative practices that we're using in the district currently.
I will second.
Ms. Contra, are you okay with that one?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Mrs. Ewing?
I have one, and this actually might encompass a lot of the things that Ms. Rooks was asking for, is that I would like to have a study session dedicated to the review of the threat assessment model that we are currently using, and I think by reviewing a lot of that plan, it might include all of the things that we're currently doing and thinking about doing with regards to trainings, with regards to all of the equipment, the surveillance modeling, and not modeling, but there's surveillance equipment and all of those things. But it's at the safety event, at the safety conference, they talked about the threat assessment model, and I know that we're using that, so I'd like to have an overview of what we've done, what we're planning, and so forth. So a study session, I think that would be great for the board.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ewing, we will work with Dr. Davidson since the threat assessment model is under his department, and we will prepare that and speak with Dr. Reynolds in regards to a study session.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Perfect. All right, I'll second that, Mrs. Contra. All right, good. All right, I know I have a few items already requested, so I'll just refer to the spreadsheet. So I don't have any new items, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay. All right, moving on to section 12, adjournment. I do need a motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:29 p.m.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second. Ms. Contra, I have a motion made by Mrs. Hill and a second made by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Sorry. Ms. Contra, motion passes 5 yeas.
Thank you, sir.